Hey guys, tonight we wander back in time to a world where frost bites at your fingers before you even step outside. You probably won't survive this if you're imagining modern central heating or a fluffy duvet, but that's part of the fun. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Oh, and while you're at it, comment below your location and local time. I want to feel like we're all huddled together in this cold, imaginary night. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You awaken in a small timber-framed cottage. The straw-stuffed mattress beneath you offers minimal comfort, and a thin wool blanket is all that separates you from the icy wooden floor. The first thing you notice is the chill seeping through the gaps in the walls. Even in the dead of night, the cold has its own rhythm, a slow, creeping intrusion that snakes over your shoulders and reaches your toes. You hug yourself instinctively, wishing that the animal hide draped over the ceiling would fall just a little closer to the floor to trap more warmth. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants ever truly acclimated to the bitterest nights, or if they lived in constant low-level hypothermia. You, however, are wide awake, shivering, and acutely aware of every creak in the floorboards as your neighbors stir. The cottage smells faintly of smoke, dried herbs, and last night's stew, residual warmth that fights the cold, but never quite wins. You roll onto your side, trying to convince yourself that this is just a minor inconvenience, that surviving these nights is part of your training and resilience. In reality, your fingers are stiff, and even the wool wrapped around your legs does little to stop the bite of winter air. Outside, frost crystallizes on the thatched roof, and if you listen closely, you can hear it cracking and settling, like the cottage itself is alive, groaning beneath the weight of snow. You peek around for companions. The other bodies in your bed are curled like little hedgehogs, sharing what warmth they can. In this era, it was normal for families to huddle together for sleep, an arrangement that today would feel entirely bizarre. But then, necessity dictated all manner of strange habits. A neighbor might have shared their blanket in exchange for gossip. A sibling's kick might be the only thing that stirs you from your half-sleep. Oddly enough, the intimacy of these arrangements fostered comfort amidst the harsh cold, a subtle reminder that survival is not just physical, it's emotional. The fire in the hearth has long since dwindled to glowing embers, the kind that are alive with potential, but no longer radiate significant warmth. You consider crawling closer, letting your toes skim the embers, but you hesitate. Sparks could ignite the straw mattress, and besides, the tiny flames would only last for a few minutes before dying. Instead, you remind yourself of another trick, the body heat from animals. Perhaps your dog, perhaps the goats tethered just outside will offer more practical warmth tonight than the romantic notion of a flickering fire. Hunger, though not pressing yet, gnaws at the edges of your consciousness. Breakfast tomorrow promises gruel, thickened with whatever grain you could afford, or maybe some salted fish if fortune smiles upon your family. You imagine spooning it into your mouth, savoring the blandness more because of its scarcity than its taste. Oddly, you feel a pang of gratitude for these small victories. A bowl of warm porridge might be all that separates you from outright misery on another cold day. Scholars still debate whether medieval diets were surprisingly nutritious for their simplicity, or if they simply kept people barely alive. You wonder which camp your body would fall into if you were alive then. Turning your attention to the walls, you notice the traces of smoke, the cottage's memories of winters past. Blackened beams, rough plaster, and the faint outline of a now faded tapestry, once vibrant with colors, now dulled by time. These details offer a sense of continuity, a reminder that many others, countless generations, huddled here just as you do. You breathe in slowly, imagining the warmth of those who slept before you, and somehow the cold feels less aggressive. The past has a way of comforting, even when it's bitter and merciless. Outside, the wind sighs through the gaps in the eaves, and you imagine the snow piling against the walls, trying to find its way inside. You shiver again, not from fear, but from the visceral understanding of what humans endured night after night. Survival is not heroic. It's tedious, exhausting, and strangely intimate. Every movement, every layer of clothing, every small habit counts. You stretch your arms and legs carefully, each motion mindful of frostbitten extremities, and listen to the faint murmur of the village beyond. Somewhere, a rooster dreams of morning, though it is hours away. You try to close your eyes, convincing yourself that warmth is just a state of mind, that your body can trick itself into comfort. The walls are alive with shadows, the fire's last sparks painting delicate patterns across straw and stone. You remember the oddities of medieval nights, singing to keep spirits awake, or pressing heated stones under blankets, or whispering charms to ward off illness. Each is a strange, beautiful improvisation, a testament to human creativity under duress. Eventually, you surrender to the gentle pull of sleep, hugging your blanket, listening to the whispers of frost, and imagining the many small ways people endured this endless cold. You may not survive the night in reality, but here, in this story, you are warm enough to dream, and that is enough for now. The chill lingers as you step out of the bed, your feet meeting the uneven wooden floor, still icy from the night. You take a slow, measured breath, noticing how the cold seems to wrap around you like a persistent shadow. Outside your cottage, dawn has yet to arrive, but the faintest gray light spills through the oiled cloth windows, illuminating frost patterns that look like tiny frozen forests on the panes. You shiver and pull your thin tunic closer, wondering how anyone could manage the day ahead with fingers stiff and toes nearly numb. Scholars still argue whether peasants ever truly acclimated to this biting cold or simply endured it through sheer necessity and ritualized habits. You, however, are wide awake, aware of every draft, every creak in the walls, every whisper of wind. You pause by the hearth, rubbing your hands together in a futile attempt to summon warmth. Only embers remain, faint orange glows that seem more decorative than practical. You consider your options. The fire will never be enough to chase away this creeping chill. In this moment, survival relies on more than just heat. It relies on constant motion, layers of clothing, and clever use of every little resource. You bend down to stir the ashes, a habit your ancestors swore by, hoping for a tiny spark of warmth. Somehow, this small, almost ritualistic motion feels comforting, a reminder that humans have been navigating these frozen nights for centuries. The smell of last night's stew lingers in the air, oddly comforting despite its blandness. Your stomach rumbles, reminding you that a day without proper breakfast is a day of low energy and high risk. You reach for a small loaf of bread, coarse and dense, and nibble cautiously. Even in this meager meal, there's a strange satisfaction, an acknowledgement of survival, however modest. The odd detail is that many medieval peasants would sometimes add a splash of ale to their morning gruel, not for taste, but to warm the body from the inside. You take a tiny sip from a mug, imagining it traveling down your frozen throat, igniting a brief, glowing heat in your chest. Outside, the village begins to stir. Footsteps crunch against frozen mud, and faint voices carry across the air, blurred by distance. You follow the sound, imagining neighbors trudging to fetch water, tend animals, or prepare for work that cannot wait for warmth. Even in the harshest cold, life presses on. Mud, manure, and frost combine to form a landscape that is both treacherous and ordinary. You step outside, feeling the bite of winter immediately, and realize just how much these people relied on grit and resilience rather than comfort. Scholars still debate whether medieval villages were designed with survival efficiency or sheer habit in mind. But standing here, you understand the logic. Your attention drifts to the clothing people wear. Layers upon layers. Linen shirts beneath wool tunics. Animal hides wrapped strategically. Scarves twisted around necks. Hoods drawn tightly to shield faces. The oddity of it strikes you. A bright scarf might have been worn not for style, but to avoid frostbite, while patched mittens became a badge of resourcefulness. You tug your own imagined tunic closer, imagining the friction between layers creating small pockets of warmth. Every fold, every wrap,
Every knot has a practical purpose, a subtle ritual that has been perfected over generations. The logic is simple, yet elegant. Survival through design, even if that design seems uncomfortable by modern standards. By now, the sun begins to hint at rising, casting a pale glow over the snow-dusted roofs. You wander toward the water source, aware that ice and frost make the path treacherous. Buckets and pails are dragged, handles stiff and wet with frozen condensation. Every motion is deliberate. Slipping could mean injury, and injury could mean weeks of lost labor. Somehow, people manage these tasks daily, choreographing their movements like dancers performing a dangerous routine. You imagine the scholarly debates. Did peasants consciously develop these survival strategies, or were they instinctive, passed down without thought? Either way, they work. Back in the market square, a few early risers set up stalls, their breath visible in the cold air, mingling with the smoke from small fires. You wander past, observing the bartering rituals: salted fish for a handful of grain, thick wool socks for a carved wooden spoon. The oddities of these exchanges fascinate you. An egg could be worth more than a loaf of bread, and a simple piece of honeycomb might secure favor with a neighbor. Scholars still argue whether the medieval economy was rational by today's standards or driven by superstition and tradition. From your perspective, it doesn't matter. Everything has a purpose, and survival dictates the rules. You pause to observe the sounds around you: the clatter of boots on wooden planks, the squeal of animals in their pens, and the distant bark of a dog warning of intruders. Even the wind seems alive, carrying hints of smoke, frost, and life in equal measure. There's a strange rhythm here, a pattern to the chaos of survival. You feel the odd comfort of knowing that, despite the cold and hardship, everything has a predictable place. The way people move, the way animals react, even the way the wind sweeps through the village, all form a symphony of endurance that guides you through the day. By mid-morning, you are moving constantly, trying to stay warm. Every chore, every step, every small action contributes to survival. Feeding animals, repairing tools, carrying water. These are not just tasks, they are lifelines. You notice your neighbors working in silence, a quiet camaraderie born of shared struggle. Oddly, the monotony itself is a comfort. Repetition reinforces habits, and habits mean security. Scholars still debate whether this structured hardship was psychologically beneficial or cruelly oppressive, but from your vantage point, you see its practicality. As you wander back toward your cottage, the sun begins to rise fully, soft light washing over the frost-covered landscape. You imagine the warmth of midday, though it is fleeting. You pause to take it in, appreciating the small victory of enduring the night, the early morning, and the bone-chilling tasks that follow. You feel a subtle pride, not in heroism, but in persistence. Survival is a quiet achievement, almost invisible, but deeply human. You step inside your cottage again, the cold nipping at your skin like an insistent reminder that warmth is earned, not given. The tiny space feels alive with lingering frost, a delicate chill that curls around every corner and settles in the shadows. You rub your hands together, imagining heat slowly pooling in your fingertips, though it's more an illusion than reality. Scholars still argue whether medieval people felt the cold more acutely than we would today, or if generations of exposure allowed them a muted tolerance. Either way, your senses are sharpened, acutely aware of every draft, every sound, and the faint smell of wood smoke clinging stubbornly to the walls. The layers you wear are slightly damp from morning chores, the wool pressed against linen, linen pressed against skin, each one a calculated defense against the biting air. You tug at your tunic, feeling the rough texture scratch against your neck, and realize how different comfort meant then. Rough was warmth, scratchy was survival. Oddly, the simplest pieces of clothing take on a sacred importance. Patched cloaks, folded scarves, mended mittens. You imagine each stitch tells a story of someone who survived last winter, who passed down this layer of knowledge without ever naming it. Breakfast is a modest affair. Thick gruel, maybe a piece of stale bread and a splash of ale if you're lucky. You lift the spoon slowly, imagining the steam curling up and warming your face. There's a strange satisfaction in the blandness. Every bite is a ritual, a recognition that nourishment is survival, and survival is the daily triumph that makes the rest of life possible. Oddly, you notice that the smell of bread cooking in a communal oven down the street seems almost intoxicating, a tiny pleasure in a harsh world. Scholars still debate whether medieval diets were nutritionally sufficient or just barely enough to keep the body alive, but as you swallow, you are grateful for it anyway. The animals stir in their pens, a chorus of low moans, bleats, and rustles that form the soundtrack of your morning. Chickens scratch in the straw, goats shuffle in their enclosures, and a single dog trots around the yard, tail wagging, fur bristling against the cold. You shiver and think about the strange dependence between humans and animals in this era. They are warmth, food, and companionship all at once. Some nights, livestock even slept inside the cottages, bodies pressed against the walls to conserve heat. You can't help but imagine a goat huddled against your leg, offering a living, breathing heater in exchange for a bit of food. As you step outside into the lightning day, frost crunches under your boots. You wander along the narrow village paths, each step deliberate, careful of frozen mud that could betray your balance. The market begins to hum with muted energy. Early risers laying out vegetables, bundles of grain and salted meats. A few peasants haggle in low tones, the words carried away almost immediately by the wind. You watch, fascinated, as coins change hands for items that seem trivial yet are invaluable for survival. Oddly, a single egg could fetch a loaf of bread or secure a small favor. Tiny economies of necessity shaping lives in ways modern society can barely imagine. The sun rises higher, yet the cold remains, clinging stubbornly to every surface. You notice the stone and timber cottages, blackened beams telling silent stories of fires long extinguished, smoke-stained walls echoing with centuries of human endurance. Every home is a microcosm of ingenuity. Draft-blocking cloths, hearths strategically placed, animal skins draped over doors and windows. You shiver again, thinking how even the smallest design choices reflect survival instincts honed over generations. Scholars still debate whether these adaptations were conscious or passed down instinctively, but you see the logic clearly. Every choice matters when the cold can kill quietly. By mid-morning, the chores multiply. Water must be fetched from the well, snow shoveled from paths, animals fed and tools repaired. Every movement generates a little heat, but also consumes energy, forcing you to think about calories and conservation. You realize that endurance isn't just physical, it's logistical, almost like playing a game where one misstep could cost hours of work or worse. Oddly, this constant motion brings a rhythm to the day, a quiet meditation disguised as labor. You move in repetitive patterns, almost hypnotic, a dance of survival orchestrated by necessity rather than design. At the far edge of the village, you see the frozen pond. Children are cautiously testing the surface, sliding with the tiniest bit of courage, laughter muffled by layers of clothing. You recall that medieval winters could last months, forcing outdoor activity to be both a necessity and a rare source of amusement. Oddly, a slip on the ice could result in a serious injury, yet the thrill remains irresistible. Scholars still argue whether childhood play served as physical conditioning for adult hardships, or if merely a fleeting rebellion against the monotony of survival. Watching them, you understand both perspectives. They are learning, adapting, and surviving simultaneously. You wander back toward your cottage, the sun now casting pale, golden streaks across snow and ice. The air smells faintly of smoke, damp earth, and the sweet tang of frozen vegetables stored in cellars. You pause. Imagine how each family in the village follows this daily ritual, a quiet choreography that spans centuries. Every small act, layering clothes, tending animals, stirring ashes, adds up to survival. And yet it all seems so ordinary, almost invisible, if not for the cold that reminds you at every moment that life here is hard, but life persists. Finally, as you step into your cottage, the warmth of a modest fire embraces you briefly. You imagine the day ahead, chores, meals, and the ongoing battle against cold, hunger, and fatigue. And yet there's an odd comfort here, the certainty of routine, the shared struggle, and the little victories that mark survival. You sit by the hearth, rubbing your hands, imagining yourself fully present in this world that is both alien and deeply human. And you realize that endurance is not just about surviving the cold, it's about inhabiting it, learning from it, and finding small pockets of warmth wherever you can.
You notice the faint hum of the wind outside, carrying with it the crisp scent of frost and pine. Each breath forms little clouds in the air, and you watch them dissipate slowly, like tiny ghosts vanishing into the morning light. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers paid attention to these subtle signs of weather or if they simply adapted instinctively. But to you, every breeze feels like a message, a whisper of nature reminding you of its quiet authority. You pull your tunic tighter, appreciating how even simple layers can trap the warmth your body produces in these endless frigid mornings. The hearth is modest but serviceable, a small circle of stones encasing the fading embers of last night's fire. You crouch down, letting your fingers hover just above the warmth, imagining it seeping into your skin like a gentle tide. Oddly, a single ember seems alive, glowing with a slow heartbeat, a reminder that even in the harshest conditions, there is life and continuity. You wonder how your ancestors managed to sustain this daily ritual, coaxing heat from tiny sparks, and whether they ever paused to reflect on the artistry of survival itself. Breakfast smells waft from the neighboring cottage. Gruel simmers in a clay pot, the simple combination of oats, water, and occasionally a dash of salt or milk. You imagine the steam rising, curling around your face, a small comfort against the biting cold. Food here is never indulgent. It is functional, designed to fuel movement, endurance, and survival. You take a moment to reflect on the quirks of medieval diets. Salted fish might appear at breakfast in place of protein, and a splash of ale could accompany the morning meal, not for pleasure, but for internal warmth. Scholars still debate the long-term health effects of such routines, but you decide that in this world, warmth and sustenance outweigh scientific precision. Outside, the village stirs in muted patterns. Smoke curls lazily from chimneys, and low voices echo across frozen pathways. Children, bundled in layers of cloth, stumble along the ice-covered dirt, their laughter muffled but persistent. You follow them with your gaze, noticing how every action seems choreographed to preserve both energy and warmth. The adults, focused on chores, rarely speak in anything louder than a whisper, conserving energy and preserving the fragile tranquility of the early day. Oddly, the silence itself feels protective, a buffer against the biting wind and the invisible threat of frostbite. You wander past the livestock pens, taking in the low hum in animals starting their day. Chickens peck at frozen grain, goats shuffle in their enclosures, and pigs snuffle through straw, seeking sustenance beneath layers of frost. These animals are more than companions. They are vital to survival, providing heat, food, and companionship. You imagine a dog curled at your feet, body radiating warmth, tail twitching as it dreams of simpler pleasures. Scholars still debate whether human-animal relationships in medieval times were purely functional or whether they carried emotional depth. Standing here, you sense both. Survival is practical, yet the presence of life softens the edge of hardship. The market begins to awaken as traders pull carts across the ice, their wheels groaning against frozen mud. Barter takes precedence over coin. A single egg or handful of grain can hold more value than gold in the right context. You notice odd exchanges. A small piece of honey or a bundle of herbs can secure favors or smooth disputes. You follow a villager haggling over salted fish, noting the careful gestures, the silent calculations, and the subtle power of scarcity. Survival here is a delicate negotiation, a dance of give and take that extends beyond simple hunger into strategy and human connection. Walking further, you encounter the frozen pond at the edge of the village. Children tiptoe across its surface, daring each other to venture further, their breath forming little clouds that float like soft white mist. You pause, imagining the thrill and danger, understanding why adults watch with a mixture of concern and indulgence. Oddly, these playful acts serve more than amusement. They are a subtle form of physical conditioning, a rehearsal for the demands of adult life in a world where every motion requires energy and precision. Scholars still argue whether childhood in medieval times was cruelly practical or unintentionally playful, but from your vantage point, it is both. The church bell tolls faintly in the distance, a reminder that faith interlaces with every aspect of survival. Villagers gather not just for worship, but for warmth, guidance, and community. You watch as a few early risers step inside, brushing snow from cloaks and boots. The stone walls, thick and cold, seem paradoxically comforting, holding heat from candles and human bodies, echoing prayers with gentle resonance. You imagine the odd juxtaposition, devotion intertwined with practicality, a place where spirituality and survival share space in quiet accord. Scholars still debate whether medieval faith was a true source of comfort or primarily a social tool, but here, the warmth of human presence feels indisputably real. Returning toward your cottage, you notice the sun climbing higher, casting long, pale shadows that stretch across frost-crusted roofs. The day ahead promises labor, yes, but also incremental victories. Meals prepared, animals fed, small repairs completed. You pause, appreciating the rhythm of life dictated by necessity. Oddly, the repetition is almost meditative. Each small chore reinforces habits that protect against the harshness of the cold. Scholars still debate whether this structured monotony fostered resilience or simply enforced survival. But for you, immersed in this imagined reality, it offers both reassurance and perspective. By mid-morning, your own cottage seems like a fragile sanctuary. The fire crackles softly, embers radiating modest warmth, while the walls hold faint traces of heat from the rising sun. You take a slow breath, listening to the muted orchestra of frost, animal stirrings, and distant voices. Survival is not heroic here. It is subtle, persistent, and deeply human. You pull your blanket closer, imagining the evening ahead, and marvel at the ingenuity, patience, and quiet courage that allows life to persist in this frozen,
unyielding world. You step outside once more, drawn by the soft rhythm of the village morning. The frost glimmers under the weak light, tiny crystals catching and refracting the pale sun like scattered diamonds. Your breath rises in little clouds, dissolving as quickly as they form, a brief display of warmth meeting the cold air. You pull your hood tighter, imagining that every layer you wear is a thin armor, a necessary shield against the persistent chill. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants relied more on clothing ingenuity or sheer endurance to survive these biting mornings. To you, both seem equally essential, inseparable from daily life. You wander past the well, where villagers are cautiously lifting frozen buckets of water. The chains creak with a protest of ice, and the buckets clink as they are lowered and raised again. Every motion requires care. One slip and the water could freeze, wasting effort or worse, splash you, adding to your already frozen state. Oddly, a few peasants sing softly as they work, a melodic counterpoint to the cold. Perhaps it's superstition, or perhaps it's simply a way to make the relentless repetition more bearable. Either way, the tune carries warmth in its way, a shared human resistance against frost. The animals begin to stir with more urgency. Chickens peck at frozen grain, clucking with impatient energy, and goats leap over uneven patches of ice, hooves slipping slightly but never quite failing. You notice a pig snuffling through straw, looking for remnants of root vegetables hidden beneath layers of frost. Oddly, the animal seems almost strategic, aware of the limited resources in its enclosure. Scholars still debate whether domesticated animals in medieval villages developed survival instincts in parallel with humans or merely adapted to the circumstances imposed upon them. From where you stand, the line between instinct and necessity feels blurry but intimately connected. You pause to observe your neighbors, already deep into their morning routines. Some scrape ice off thatched roofs, a task that seems both mundane and heroic. Others carry firewood in measured piles, stacking it carefully near the hearth, conscious of the fragility of warmth. You notice the subtle coordination, a glance exchanged between workers, a shared nod, the quiet rhythm that binds everyone in their communal struggle against the cold. Oddly, even small disagreements about whose turn it is to fetch water or chop wood are tempered by practicality. Scholars still argue whether medieval village communities were cooperative by design or forced into civility by necessity, but here you see clear evidence of both. The market begins to hum with muted activity. Stalls of salted fish, root vegetables, and preserved meats form a patchwork of survival strategies. You watch as a villager trades a small egg for a handful of oats. Another exchanges wool for a bit of honey. The oddities of these interactions fascinate you. Scarcity transforms ordinary goods into treasures, and the value of an item is dictated less by its intrinsic worth than by immediate necessity. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but you observe a delicate logic at work, a living algorithm of supply, demand, and human ingenuity. You move toward the frozen pond, where children cautiously test the ice with bare feet, their laughter muffled beneath scarves and hoods. The moment is playful yet practical, learning balance, risk, and awareness of the environment. Oddly, these small exercises are subtle training for adult survival. A slip could mean injury, teaching prudence, while daring ventures cultivate courage.
Scholars still argue whether medieval childhoods were cruelly functional or simply accidental stages of social learning. You smile at the sight, realizing that survival education begins long before adulthood, woven into every small, icy adventure. Turning your gaze toward the cottages lining the village square, you notice frost-laden rooftops and smoke rising from chimneys. The air carries a mixture of scents: damp straw, smoke, frozen earth, and the faint aroma of boiling gruel. You inhale deeply, letting the sensory tapestry settle over you. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty, a rhythm, a pattern, a quiet poetry to endurance. Scholars still debate whether the aesthetic of medieval daily life was intentional or incidental, but you find it impossible to ignore the elegance of function intertwined with necessity. By mid-morning, the sun begins to climb higher, offering a tentative warmth that barely penetrates the layers of frost and clothing. You wander back to your cottage, thinking about the small victories of the morning: water fetched without spill, animals fed, fire maintained, chores completed without injury. These victories are subtle, almost invisible, yet they mark the rhythm of life, the daily measurement of survival. Oddly, you realize that the monotony itself is comforting, a steady reassurance that life continues, that routines persist, and that warmth, however fleeting, will return, if only for a moment. Inside your cottage, the hearth glows softly as embers catch the morning light. You sit nearby, rubbing your hands together, feeling a trace of warmth seep into your fingers. The cottage feels like a fragile sanctuary, a bubble of relative comfort in a world dominated by cold. Oddly, the quiet here is as essential as the fire. Every sound, every movement, every breath contributes to a delicate equilibrium of survival. Scholars still argue whether the psychological benefit of routine and quiet was understood by medieval people, or if it was merely a byproduct of circumstance. You suspect it was both, a necessary harmony of body and mind. Finally, you take a slow, deep breath, letting the icy air fill your lungs, then exhale, watching your breath curl and vanish. You glance around, imagining the intricate network of habits, routines, and small strategies that allow life to persist through long winters. Oddly, even the smallest details, wrapping cloths tightly, layering garments, tending to embers, carry lessons in patience, resourcefulness, and quiet endurance. Scholars still argue whether these strategies were conscious adaptations or instinctive responses to environment, but for you, immersed in this world, they feel deliberate, elegant, and necessary. You sink slightly into a bench near the hearth, allowing a moment of stillness. The morning has passed, yet the day stretches long, filled with labor, ingenuity, and quiet triumphs. You realize that survival is subtle, woven into every gesture, every action, and every breath. Oddly, the monotony, the repetition, and the endless cold become comforting companions, teaching you that warmth, safety, and continuity are not gifts, they are earned. And as you let this understanding settle, you feel a small, enduring warmth that the cold cannot touch, a quiet human victory in the heart of the harsh Middle Ages.
You linger by the hearth a moment longer, noticing the faint curling smoke still rising from yesterday's embers. Even a small flicker of warmth feels profound against the relentless cold outside. Your hands hover near the stones, letting the gentle radiance seep into your fingers. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants actually felt warmth in these tiny moments, or if it was simply psychological comfort. But to you, it matters little. The sensation, however brief, anchors you, reminding you that survival isn't just about physical endurance. It's about savoring the small victories when they appear. The cottage smells of damp straw, soot, and the faintly bitter tang of last night's stew. You breathe it in, finding the aroma oddly grounding, a strange mixture of discomfort and familiarity. Layer upon layer of clothing hugs your body. A linen shirt beneath a wool tunic, an extra wool cloak draped loosely over your shoulders. Each fold, each stitch, each worn patch is a testament to ingenuity born of necessity. Oddly, you notice how even minor repairs, like mending a tear in a sleeve, carry the weight of survival knowledge passed down across generations. You tug at a sleeve, imagining the hands that first learned these techniques, and feel a connection stretching across centuries. Your stomach rumbles faintly, a reminder that even minor hunger shapes the rhythm of daily life. Breakfast is modest: thick gruel, some coarse bread, and perhaps a splash of ale if fortune smiles upon you. You lift a spoonful slowly, imagining the warmth radiating from the bowl. Oddly, the blandness of the meal carries a subtle satisfaction, a quiet acknowledgement that nourishment, no matter how simple, is a victory in itself. Scholars still debate whether these simple diets were actually sufficient for energy and health, or just enough to keep bodies moving from one task to the next. You decide, as you swallow, that it doesn't matter. The warmth in your chest is real enough. The wind howls faintly outside, carrying a mixture of frost, smoke, and animal sounds. You step outside briefly, toes crunching in the frozen mud, and observe your neighbors already immersed in their morning chores. Some carry wood, stacking it meticulously near the hearth. Others scrape ice from the roofs, careful not to damage thatch. Every action seems choreographed to maximize survival while conserving energy, a rhythm born not of choice, but of necessity. Oddly, even small disagreements, like a misaligned pile of wood or a miscounted bucket, are tempered by the understanding that cooperation ensures survival. Scholars still argue whether this civility was instinctive or learned, but here it feels almost sacred. You wandered toward the livestock pens, listening to the low hum of animals beginning their day. Chickens scratch at frozen ground, pecking at sparse grains. Goats shuffle through icy patches, nudging each other for space. A dog lies nearby, radiating subtle warmth. You imagine the odd intimacy between humans and animals in this world. Companions, heaters, and providers all in one. Oddly, livestock seem attuned to survival in ways humans sometimes are not, instinctively knowing where warmth gathers and where resources hide. Scholars still debate whether these animals truly adapted cognitively to human needs or simply mirrored the routines imposed upon them. From your perspective, it scarcely matters. They are partners in endurance. The market square hums faintly with activity, though movement is cautious and measured. Stalls display salted fish, root vegetables, bundles of firewood, and scraps of wool. You watch a small exchange. A handful of oats traded for a piece of cheese. A single egg swapped for honeycomb. Oddly, the perceived value of each item depends entirely on context. Scarcity dictates worth more than tradition or taste. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies operated on rational principles or instinctive necessity. But to you, every transaction feels like a puzzle, a delicate negotiation of survival that sustains the village quietly and invisibly. You pause by the frozen pond, watching children inch carefully over its surface. They move with a blend of daring and caution, learning balance and risk without consciously realizing it. Oddly,
These playful acts serve a dual purpose: amusement and education, conditioning them for a life where missteps could mean injury, frostbite, or worse. Scholars still argue whether medieval childhoods were intentionally structured for preparation or simply a byproduct of necessity. You watch and realize it is both. The ice teaches lessons that adults would never articulate, and the laughter disguises a careful training in endurance and awareness. Turning toward the cottages lining the village square, you note frost-crusted rooftops and curling smoke from chimneys. The air smells of damp straw, frozen earth, and slow-cooking gruel. You breathe it in slowly, appreciating how even the harshest environments carry subtle beauty, a pattern, a rhythm, a quiet elegance in the logic of survival. Oddly, the monotony and repetition of these rituals, the layering of clothes, the tending of embers, the careful attention to animals and food, provide a meditative quality, a rhythm that is both grounding and comforting. Scholars still debate whether the psychological effects of this routine were recognized or purely incidental, but you feel them now, quietly and profoundly. By mid-morning, your cottage feels like a fragile sanctuary, a bubble of relative warmth and safety. You sink onto a simple bench, rubbing your hands together, listening to the distant murmur of the village. Survival is not heroic. It is subtle, persistent, and utterly human. Oddly, you find yourself almost grateful for the repetition, the small victories, and the quiet discipline required to navigate the day. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers consciously developed these survival strategies or absorbed them unconsciously from the environment. But to you, the distinction fades. The practices themselves are what matter. You let yourself settle, imagining the rest of the day stretching ahead: chores, meals, tending animals, preparing for the night that will inevitably return. Oddly, there is comfort in knowing that despite hardships, there is a rhythm, a pattern, and a measure of predictability. Even in the coldest, harshest months, human ingenuity and endurance leave traces of warmth in every task, every interaction, every small, deliberate action. You exhale slowly, feeling a faint, lasting warmth radiate from your chest, a quiet triumph of life over frost, routine over randomness, persistence over the relentless bite of winter. You glance at the oiled cloth windows, their surfaces patterned with frost like delicate lace. Light filters through in pale, muted tones, giving the cottage an almost ethereal glow. The chill from outside creeps inward, brushing along your exposed skin, but the layers you wear trap enough warmth to make the cold manageable. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants were more attuned to subtle environmental cues than we are today, or if generations of experience simply made it second nature. Either way, you feel every nuance: the draft that slips through a crack, the lingering warmth of embers, the rhythm of life that pulses quietly around you. The hearth flickers with a few stubborn embers, glowing faintly like tiny hearts keeping vigil. You crouch near them, feeling warmth radiate slowly into your fingers, a reminder that even the smallest heat source can make an outsized difference in survival. Oddly, peasants often used heated stones wrapped in cloth, placed under blankets or near the bed, a trick to prolong warmth when fire was scarce. You imagine tucking one under your feet, the stone holding a gentle heat that seeps through your toes, almost like a whisper of comfort in the relentless cold. Scholars still debate how common this practice truly was, but the idea feels plausible, even charming in its practicality. Your stomach reminds you that breakfast, though modest, is essential. Thick gruel, stale bread, perhaps a splash of ale to warm the throat. These simple meals fuel the long hours ahead. You lift a spoonful slowly, feeling the warmth rise as you swallow. Oddly, the blandness is part of the experience. In scarcity, flavor is secondary to sustenance.
Scholars still argue whether medieval diets were sufficient for long-term health or simply adequate to keep bodies moving. But as you sit in this imagined cottage, the warmth and fullness of your stomach matter more than analysis. Outside, the village is alive in subtle ways. Smoke curls lazily from chimneys, carrying scents of wood and simmering food. The crunch of frozen mud under boots provides rhythm to the early morning activity. You observe a neighbor scraping frost from a roof, careful to avoid damage. A distant child laughs, the sound muffled by layers of wool. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is harmony, an unspoken choreography that keeps everyone moving efficiently, preserving energy while maintaining survival. Scholars still debate whether these patterns were conscious design or instinctive adaptation, but standing here, you see their logic clearly. You wander toward the animal pens, observing chickens scratching at frozen ground, goats nudging each other for warmth, and a lone dog curled up near a pile of straw. These creatures are not just companions, they are integral to survival, providing warmth, food, and subtle emotional support. Oddly, the animals themselves seem attuned to the rhythms of the village, instinctively knowing when to move, when to eat, and when to conserve energy. Scholars still argue whether domesticated animals adapted cognitively to human routines or simply followed instinct, but from your perspective, the cooperation between humans and animals is undeniable. The market square hums with faint energy. Stalls display salted fish, bundles of root vegetables, firewood, and scraps of wool. You watch a villager trade a small egg for a handful of oats, another exchange honeycomb for cloth. Oddly, scarcity dictates value more than tradition or aesthetics. The same object can be precious one day and nearly worthless the next. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but every transaction here is clearly purposeful, a careful negotiation balancing survival, resource management, and human connection. You pause by the frozen pond, where children step cautiously over the ice. Their laughter is brief and sharp, muffled by scarves and hoods, but it carries a strange warmth, a human insistence on finding joy amidst hardship. Oddly, these playful actions also serve a practical purpose, learning balance, understanding risk, and testing limits. Scholars still argue whether medieval childhoods were intentionally structured for survival or merely a byproduct of circumstance. But as you watch, you see a subtle education happening, embedded in every cautious step, every laugh, every small misadventure. Turning back toward the cottages, you note frost-laden rooftops and curling smoke. The air is a complex tapestry of damp straw, frozen earth, smoke, and slowly simmering gruel. You inhale slowly, letting the sensory richness anchor you. Oddly, the aesthetic quality of survival strikes you. The beauty of frost patterns, the rhythm of labor, the quiet efficiency of movement. Scholars still debate whether this was conscious or incidental, but it feels deliberate to you, as though every choice, every action, and every adaptation carries an unintended artistry. By mid-morning, your cottage feels increasingly like a sanctuary. The hearth, modest as it is, radiates just enough warmth to remind you that comfort exists, however fleetingly. You sit on a simple bench, letting the quiet wrap around you, savoring the faint embers, the lingering smells, and the distant murmur of activity. Oddly, repetition itself becomes soothing. The predictability of tasks, the rhythm of labor, and the subtle victories of survival bring a meditative calm. Scholars still debate whether these patterns were understood or incidental, but you feel their quiet logic, their reassurance that life continues even under relentless frost. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching the morning sun climb higher, casting delicate shadows across the frost-crusted village. Oddly, even the harshness of winter has a rhythm, a pattern, and a beauty when observed closely. Survival, you realize, is subtle, a combination of endurance, ingenuity, and observation. The cold, the routine, the small victories, they all converge to create a quiet satisfaction. You feel a trace of warmth in your chest, not from fire, but from the understanding that human life, no matter how harsh, continues. That rhythm, that quiet persistence, is warmth enough.
You step outside once more, letting the crisp morning air embrace you. Each breath forms a delicate cloud, dissolving almost immediately, leaving a faint chill that kisses your cheeks. The frost underfoot crunches in rhythm with your steps, and you notice the tiny crystals clinging to rooftops, fences, and the tips of bare branches. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants relied on instinct or conscious observation to predict weather patterns, but to you, every subtle sound and shimmer in the landscape carries meaning. You pull your layers closer, appreciating how every fold, stitch, and patch has been honed over generations to preserve warmth and life. The animals stir with increasing urgency. Chickens scratch at frozen ground, occasionally pecking at buried scraps of grain. Goats nudge each other for space and warmth, their breath visible in the cold air. A lone dog, fur bristling against the frost, trots along the edge of the yard, tail wagging like a metronome. Oddly, you realize that these creatures are not just companions. They are extensions of survival itself, providing warmth, alerting you to danger, and offering small emotional comforts. Scholars still debate whether medieval humans understood the depth of this interspecies relationship or if it simply evolved naturally, but standing here, it feels vital. You wander toward the village square, where muted activity hums beneath the stillness. Merchants begin to unpack their stalls, salted fish, bundles of root vegetables, scraps of wool and firewood stacked meticulously. You notice the subtle choreography of barter and trade, a silent language of necessity. Oddly, a single egg might hold more value than a handful of coins on certain days, while honeycomb or a small piece of cloth could secure a neighbor's favor. Scholars still argue whether medieval markets were rational or improvisational, but every transaction you observe is deliberate, balancing scarcity, human need, and practicality. At the edge of the village, the frozen pond glints under the pale sunlight. Children test its surface with cautious steps, laughter muffled beneath layers of wool. Oddly, their play has a practical side, learning balance, assessing risk, and preparing for adult life where missteps carry consequences. Scholars still debate whether these ice games were intentional survival training or simply accidental amusements. But as you watch, it's clear the lessons are real. Every cautious step, every slide, every laugh is part of an unspoken education in endurance and awareness. You return to your cottage, observing frost-laden rooftops and curling smoke rising from chimneys. The air is rich with scents, damp straw, simmering gruel, and the faint tang of wood smoke. You inhale deeply, letting the sensory landscape anchor you in the moment. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty. The frost patterns, the quiet rhythm of labor, the delicate balance between effort and reward. Scholars still debate whether medieval life carried aesthetic value or if beauty was purely incidental, but you find it undeniable. Every action, every object, every routine has a subtle elegance born of necessity. By mid-morning, you settle near the hearth inside your cottage. The embers glow faintly, radiating a gentle heat that seeps slowly into your fingers. Oddly, this modest warmth carries profound comfort. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants consciously appreciated these small pleasures, or if they were simply grateful without reflection. But you feel it, deeply. The rhythm of life, the careful layering of clothing, the quiet persistence of routine, all of it coalesces into a tangible sense of security. You pull your hands from the warmth and stretch slightly, noticing the stiffness in your fingers and shoulders. The day's chores are just beginning. Feeding animals,
mending tools, fetching water, preparing food. Oddly, the monotony of these tasks is calming. Each action, repeated day after day, builds a rhythm, a quiet meditation disguised as labor. Scholars still debate whether medieval routine was psychologically beneficial or simply a necessity, but for you, it is both, a framework for survival and a source of subtle comfort. The wind carries distant sounds, low murmurs from neighbors, the shuffle of hooves, and the faint clatter of carts over frozen ground. You step outside briefly, savoring the crispness of the air. Oddly, even in its harshness, the cold sharpens your senses, making every sound, movement, and smell more vivid. Scholars still argue whether this heightened awareness was adaptive or simply a byproduct of discomfort, but you feel it fully, attuned to every nuance of this living, breathing village. You pause by the frozen water trough, watching the animals drink carefully, their noses red from the cold. Chickens peck near the edges, goats push through patches of ice, and the dog nudges a small huddle of straw for warmth. Oddly, these everyday movements carry layers of strategy, conserving heat, avoiding injury, maintaining hydration, and ensuring nourishment. Scholars still debate whether these behaviors were instinctive or consciously learned by both humans and animals, but you see the delicate interplay clearly. Survival is collaboration, repetition, and observation. By late morning, the sun climbs higher, casting longer, softer shadows across frost-covered roofs and pathways. You return to your cottage, allowing the brief warmth from the sunlight to mingle with the faint glow of the embers. Oddly, there is a sense of triumph in these small victories. Water fetched, animals fed, tasks completed, cold endured. Scholars still debate whether medieval routines were understood as survival strategies or simply habitual, but you feel the quiet significance in every action. Each small success, each carefully managed moment becomes a thread in the tapestry of enduring life in the harsh Middle Ages. Finally, you sit by the hearth, letting the quiet settle around you. The wind hums softly outside, smoke curls from chimneys, and frost glimmer faintly in the corners of your vision. Oddly, the monotony, the repetition, and the quiet challenges have a meditative effect, a gentle rhythm that lulls both body and mind. Scholars still argue about the conscious experience of medieval survival, but you feel it undeniably. Persistence, ingenuity, and quiet human ingenuity converge to create a subtle, enduring warmth. Even in the coldest, harshest conditions, life continues, resilient and persistent. You glance out the small, frost-covered window, noticing how the sunlight weakly stretches across the village square. Shadows cling to the edges of thatched rooftops and wooden carts, forming delicate patterns that shift as the day progresses. The cold is relentless, brushing against exposed skin, but your layers of wool, linen, and patched cloaks act as shields, trapping warmth carefully, intentionally. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants consciously planned clothing in layers or if it was simply learned through trial and error, but you feel the logic in every fold and stitch. Survival is woven into fabric itself. You step outside, feeling the crisp bite of the morning air against your cheeks. Frost glimmers on every surface, sparkling like scattered diamonds across rooftops, fences, and bare branches. Each breath forms a little cloud that dissipates almost immediately, leaving a faint chill lingering in the back of your throat. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers relied more on instinct or conscious observation to predict weather patterns. But you notice every subtle shimmer, every sound of ice crunching beneath boots, and understand the importance of attention to detail. Survival is in these small observations. The animals stir with growing energy. Chickens scratch impatiently at the frozen ground, pecking at buried grains, their soft clucks blending with the gentle hum of the wind. Goots nudge one another for warmth, their hooves slipping slightly on icy patches, yet they adjust instinctively. A dog stretches and shakes frost from its fur, tail wagging like a metronome in measured rhythm. Oddly, you realize that the presence of animals is as much about emotional warmth as physical. Companions, sentinels, and reminders that life persists. Scholars still debate whether medieval humans fully understood these emotional bonds, but you feel them undeniably. You wander toward the village well, observing neighbors lifting buckets of frozen water. The chains groan as they move, ice clinging stubbornly to the metal. Each motion is deliberate. One misstep, one spill, wastes precious resources. Oddly, you notice some villagers humming softly as they work, their melodies forming a subtle rhythm in the cold air. Scholars argue whether these tunes were superstitions, morale boosters, or subconscious habits, but the effect is real. The rhythm eases monotony and injects a small comfort into otherwise laborious tasks. The market begins to hum with muted energy. Stalls display salted fish, root vegetables, bundles of wool, and firewood stacked meticulously. You watch as an egg changes hands for a handful of oats. Honeycomb is exchanged for cloth, and a few coins clink in a careful balance of barter and negotiation. Oddly, scarcity dictates value far more than tradition or aesthetics. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but every interaction you witness is purposeful, a tiny act of survival guiding the flow of life in the village. At the frozen pond, children test its surface cautiously, their laughter muffled beneath scarves and layers of wool. Oddly, their play has practical lessons embedded: balance, risk assessment, and endurance. Scholars still argue whether these games were conscious survival training or merely playful exploration, but you observe both: education disguised as amusement, preparation disguised as fun. Every careful step, slip, and giggle forms a subtle practice in navigating life's hazards. You pause to watch cottages lining the village square. Frost-laden rooftops glimmer in the weak sunlight, and curling smoke rises from chimneys. The air carries scents of damp straw, wood smoke, and slowly simmering gruel. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, you detect beauty, a rhythm in labor, a quiet elegance in endurance, and a subtle poetry in survival. Scholars still debate whether these aesthetics were incidental or consciously appreciated. But standing here, you feel them profoundly. Every routine, every habit, every deliberate action carries a quiet artistry born of necessity. By mid-morning, you return to your cottage, letting the pale sunlight mingle with the faint glow of embers. Oddly, there is a quiet triumph in the completion of morning tasks. Water fetched, animals fed, chores finished, cold endured. Scholars still argue whether medieval routines were consciously designed for survival or simply habitual, but you sense significance in each action. Repetition, observation, and quiet discipline all contribute to a subtle, persistent warmth that keeps body and mind tethered to life and continuity. You stretch slowly, feeling the stiffness in your fingers and shoulders from the morning chores. The day stretches ahead, tending animals, mending tools, preparing food, fetching water. Oddly, the monotony is calming, almost hypnotic. Each repeated gesture reinforces habits honed over generations, ensuring survival.
Scholars still argue whether repetition nurtured psychological resilience or merely reinforced routine, but you feel reassurance in the rhythm. Every small success, an animal fed, water carried, embers maintained, is a quiet testament to human persistence in the harsh Middle Ages. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching the sunlight climb higher and cast shifting shadows across frost-covered paths. Oddly, even the harshness of winter has a rhythm, beauty, and lessons to teach. Survival is subtle, a blend of endurance, observation, and ingenuity. Even in the coldest, harshest conditions, life continues through small, deliberate acts. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously appreciated these strategies. But from your perspective, you feel their quiet logic, persistence, routine, and careful attention create a human warmth that no frost can erase. You step outside again, letting the crisp morning air wrap around you like a thin, icy cloak. Frost glistens along rooftops, fences, and the tips of bare branches, each crystal catching the pale sunlight like tiny frozen lanterns. Your breath rises in small clouds, dissipating quickly, and you feel the faint bite of cold on your cheeks. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers relied more on instinct or careful observation to predict the weather, but you notice every shimmer, every subtle sound of ice cracking underfoot, and understand that awareness is a survival skill in itself. The animals in the pens are already stirring. Chickens scratch at frozen ground, pecking at small grains you toss their way. Goats nudge one another for warmth, hooves slipping slightly on icy patches, yet they adjust naturally. A dog stretches, shakes frost from its fur, and pads toward you, tail wagging slowly. Oddly, their presence offers warmth beyond the physical, companionship, reassurance, and reminders that life continues. Scholars still debate whether medieval humans fully recognized the emotional significance of animals or if it evolved incidentally, but you feel it tangibly. You wander toward the village well, observing neighbors drawing buckets of ice-cold water with careful deliberation. The chains groan against frost, and each bucket is handled cautiously. One slip could waste precious resources. Oddly, some villagers hum softly as they work, melodies floating through the cold air in gentle rhythm. Scholars still argue whether these tunes were superstition, unconscious habit, or morale boosters, but their effect is unmistakable. Comfort, a sense of normalcy, and an easing of the monotony that defines survival in winter. The market hums with quiet energy. Stalls display salted fish, root vegetables, scraps of wool, and neatly stacked firewood. You watch a small trade, an egg exchanged for a handful of oats, honeycomb swapped for cloth, coins quietly exchanged. Oddly, value is dictated entirely by necessity and scarcity rather than tradition or aesthetics. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but every interaction is deliberate, sustaining life through careful negotiation. You notice subtle gestures, a nod, a measured look, a fleeting smile, a language of survival in the chill. At the frozen pond, children test its surface cautiously, laughter muffled beneath scarves and layers of wool. Oddly, their play doubles as practice, balance, risk assessment, and endurance lessons wrapped in amusement. Scholars still debate whether medieval childhoods were intentionally structured for survival or merely incidental, but you see both clearly. Each careful step, slip, and giggle is part of a subtle curriculum in navigating life's hazards, teaching resilience without formal instruction. Turning toward the cottages, you notice frost-laden rooftops and curling smoke rising from chimneys. The scents of damp straw, wood smoke, and slowly simmering gruel form a complex sensory tapestry. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty, the rhythm of labor, the quiet elegance of endurance, and a subtle poetry in survival. Scholars still debate whether these aesthetics were incidental or consciously appreciated, but you feel them intimately. Every action, every habit, every small adaptation is a tiny act of artistry born of necessity. By mid-morning, you return to your cottage, letting sunlight mingle with the faint glow of embers. Oddly, there is quiet triumph in the completion of morning tasks: water fetched, animals fed, chores finished, cold endured. Scholars still argue whether medieval routines were consciously designed for survival or simply habitual, but you sense meaning in each gesture. Repetition, observation, and careful attention converge into a subtle warmth, both physical and psychological, that steadies body and mind against the relentless cold. You stretch slowly, feeling stiffness from morning labor. The day stretches long, tending animals, mending tools, preparing food, fetching water. Oddly, the repetition is calming, hypnotic even. Each repeated gesture reinforces habits honed over generations, ensuring survival. Scholars still argue whether routine nurtured resilience or simply reinforced habit, but you feel subtle reassurance in the rhythm. Each small success, an animal fed, water carried, embers maintained, is a quiet thread in the tapestry of life persisting through harsh winter conditions. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching sunlight climb higher, casting soft, shifting shadows across frost-covered paths. Oddly, the cold itself has a rhythm, beauty, and lessons to teach. Survival is subtle, blending endurance, observation, and ingenuity. Even in the harshest conditions, life persists through small, deliberate acts. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously appreciated these strategies, but you feel their quiet logic. Persistence, routine, and attention create a human warmth no frost can erase.
You step outside again, letting the pale morning light brush over frost-laden rooftops and icy paths. Each breath forms a small, fleeting cloud that curls and vanishes, leaving a subtle sting on your cheeks. The chill is relentless, but the layers of wool, linen, and patched cloaks shield your body, trapping warmth in a delicate balance between comfort and survival. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers consciously layered clothing for maximum efficiency or simply adapted over generations through trial and error, but you feel the wisdom embedded in each fold and stitch. The animals stir in their pens, each one moving with purpose. Chickens scratch and peck at frozen ground, their soft clucks punctuating the silence. Goats huddle together for warmth, nudging and shifting to share limited heat, hooves slipping on icy patches, yet never failing completely. A dog shakes frost from its fur and pads toward you, tail wagging slowly, almost meditatively. Oddly, you feel their presence as more than practical, its emotional sustenance. A quiet reassurance that life continues, even in the harshest cold. Scholars still debate the depth of medieval human-animal emotional bonds, but standing here, their significance is undeniable. You wander toward the village well, where neighbors carefully lift buckets of ice-cold water. The chains creak, protesting against the frost that grips them. Each motion is deliberate. One misstep, one spill, and precious resources are wasted. Oddly, some villagers hum softly as they work, melodies floating through the cold air. Scholars still argue whether these tunes were superstition, subconscious morale boosters, or merely habit, but the effect is undeniable: comfort, a shared rhythm, and a subtle resistance to the monotony of survival. The market begins to awaken slowly. Stalls display salted fish, bundles of root vegetables, scraps of wool, and neatly stacked firewood. You observe the quiet barter, a single egg exchanged for a handful of oats, honeycomb traded for cloth, coins changing hands delicately. Value is dictated by scarcity, necessity, and context rather than tradition or aesthetics. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but every transaction is deliberate, a subtle negotiation sustaining daily life. You notice the understated gestures of barter, a nod, a careful weighing of goods, and an unspoken acknowledgement of mutual reliance. At the edge of the village, the frozen pond glistens under the pale sunlight. Children step cautiously, testing the ice, their muffled laughter adding a fragile warmth to the morning. Oddly, their play carries practical lessons. Balance, risk assessment, and endurance are all taught through cautious experimentation. Scholars still argue whether medieval childhoods were structured intentionally for survival or merely incidental, but you see both: education disguised as amusement, preparation disguised as fun. Each careful step and muffled giggle is a subtle rehearsal for adult life. Turning toward the cottages lining the village square, you notice frost-crusted rooftops and curling smoke from chimneys. The air carries scents of damp straw, slowly simmering gruel, and wood smoke, a complex sensory tapestry grounding you in the present. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty, the rhythm of labor, the quiet elegance of endurance, and a subtle poetry in survival. Scholars still debate whether medieval life carried aesthetic value or if it was incidental, but standing here, you feel it fully. Every task, habit, and small adaptation carries a quiet artistry born of necessity. By mid-morning, you return to your cottage, letting weak sunlight mingle with the faint glow of embers. Oddly, there is a subtle triumph in completing morning chores. Water fetched, animals fed, tasks completed, cold endured. Scholars still argue whether medieval routines were consciously designed for survival or simply habitual, but you feel the significance of each action. Repetition, observation, and careful attention converge into a persistent warmth, both physical and psychological, that steadies body and mind against the relentless cold. You settle near the hearth, letting the quiet envelop you. The wind hums softly outside, smoke drifts lazily from chimneys, and frost glimmers along window edges. Oddly, the monotony, repetition, and persistent challenges create a meditative rhythm. Scholars still debate whether these survival strategies were consciously understood or instinctively absorbed, but you feel their wisdom in every motion, breath, and careful step. Warmth here is earned, measured not by convenience or luxury, but by attention, effort, and endurance. You stretch slowly, feeling the stiffness from morning labor. The day ahead stretches long, tending animals, mending tools, preparing food, fetching water. Oddly, repetition is calming, almost hypnotic. Each repeated gesture reinforces habits honed over generations, ensuring survival. Scholars still debate whether routine nurtured psychological resilience or simply reinforced habit, but you feel reassurance in the rhythm. Every small success, an animal fed, water carried, embers maintained, is a quiet testament to human persistence in the harsh Middle Ages. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching sunlight climb higher, casting long, soft shadows across frost-covered paths. Oddly, even the harshness of winter carries rhythm, beauty, and lessons. Survival is subtle, a blend of endurance, observation, and ingenuity. Even in the coldest, harshest conditions, life persists through small, deliberate acts. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously appreciated these strategies, but from your perspective, the quiet logic is clear. Persistence, routine, and careful attention create a human warmth that no frost can erase. You step outside once again, feeling the faint bite of the morning air brushing against your cheeks and hands. Frost clings stubbornly to every roof, fence, and bare branch, sparkling faintly in the pale sunlight. Each breath forms a small, ephemeral cloud that curls and dissolves into the cold. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers relied more on instinct or conscious observation to read weather patterns, but you notice every subtle sound and shimmer, knowing that survival often depends on this careful attention. Every step you take is measured, deliberate, as though the ground itself is testing your awareness. The animals stir with deliberate energy. Chickens scratch and peck at frozen soil, soft clucks punctuating the quiet. Goats huddle together for warmth, nudging and shifting to share limited heat. Hooves slipping slightly on icy patches, yet they adapt instinctively. A dog stretches, shakes frost from its fur, and pads toward you, tail wagging slowly. Oddly, these creatures provide more than physical utility. They offer companionship, reassurance, and a sense of continuity in the harsh, cold world. Scholars still debate the depth of human-animal emotional bonds in medieval villages, but you feel it tangibly, a subtle warmth against the morning chill. You wander toward the village well, observing neighbors drawing ice-cold water with meticulous care. Chains creak and groan under the weight, resisting movement frozen by frost. Each motion is deliberate. One misstep, one spill, and precious resources are wasted. Oddly, some villagers hum softly while they work, melodies drifting through the crisp air in gentle, almost hypnotic rhythm. Scholars still debate whether these tunes were superstition, unconscious habit, or deliberate morale boosters, but their effect is unmistakable. A shared rhythm, a tiny comfort, and a sense of cohesion in the monotony of survival. The market begins to stir quietly. Stalls display salted fish, root vegetables, bundles of wool, and firewood stacked carefully. You watch a small exchange, an egg traded for a handful of oats, honeycomb swapped for a scrap of cloth, a few coins passed delicately from one hand to another. Oddly, value here is determined by scarcity and necessity rather than tradition or aesthetics. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but each transaction is purposeful, a subtle act of survival and mutual dependence. You notice the small gestures of negotiation, a nod, a careful glance, a quiet smile, a language of life persisting through cold. At the frozen pond, children step cautiously, testing the surface. Their muffled laughter floats across the air, adding fragile warmth to the morning. Oddly, their play has practical lessons embedded. Balance, risk assessment, and endurance are all taught without formal instruction. Scholars still debate whether medieval childhoods were intentionally structured for survival or simply incidental, but you observe both. Education disguised as amusement, practice disguised as fun. Every cautious step and tentative slide is a preparation for life in this harsh world. Turning toward the cottages lining the village square, you notice frost-laden rooftops and curling smoke from chimneys. The air carries scents of damp straw, wood smoke, and slowly simmering gruel, forming a sensory tapestry that grounds you in the moment. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty, a rhythm in labor, quiet elegance in endurance, and a subtle poetry in daily survival. Scholars still debate whether aesthetics were incidental or consciously appreciated, but standing here, you feel it fully. Every chore, habit, and small adaptation carries a quiet artistry born of necessity. By mid-morning, you return to your cottage, letting pale sunlight mingle with the fading glow of embers.
Oddly, there is quiet triumph in completing morning tasks. Water fetched, animals fed, chores done, cold endured. Scholars still argue whether medieval routines were consciously designed for survival or simply habitual, but you feel significance in each gesture. Repetition, careful observation, and subtle attention converge into a persistent warmth, both physical and psychological, that steadies body and mind against relentless frost. You stretch slowly, noticing stiffness from morning labor. The day ahead is long, tending animals, mending tools, preparing food, fetching water. Oddly, the repetition is calming, almost hypnotic. Each gesture, repeated day after day, reinforces habits honed over generations, ensuring survival. Scholars still debate whether repetition nurtured psychological resilience or simply reinforced routine, but you feel reassurance in the rhythm. Every small success, an animal fed, water carried, embers maintained, is a quiet testament to human persistence in the harsh Middle Ages. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching sunlight climb higher, casting shifting shadows across frost-covered paths. Oddly, even the harshest winter has a rhythm, beauty, and lessons. Survival is subtle, blending endurance, observation, and ingenuity. Even in the coldest, harshest conditions, life persists through small, deliberate acts. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously appreciated these strategies, but standing here, the quiet logic is clear. Persistence, routine, and careful attention create a human warmth that no frost can erase.
You step outside, the pale morning light catching frost crystals on every surface. Each breath you exhale curls in front of your face, dissipating quickly, leaving a faint chill on your cheeks and lips. The cold is persistent, but your layers of wool, linen, and patched cloaks trap warmth like a gentle protective shield. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers consciously layered clothing for survival efficiency, or whether it was learned through generations of trial and error. But standing here, you feel the wisdom in each fold and stitch, the careful balance of warmth and mobility. The animals stir, filling the quiet with soft clucks, low bleats, and padded steps. Chickens scratch at frozen soil, occasionally pecking at grains you toss toward them. Goats shift and nudge for warmth, hooves slipping slightly on ice, yet never failing to find perches. A dog stretches, shakes frost from its fur, and pads toward you, tail wagging slowly in a rhythmic, almost meditative cadence. Oddly, their presence feels like more than practical utility. They are companions, emotional anchors, reminders that life continues even in the harshest cold. Scholars still debate the depth of medieval human-animal emotional bonds, but their significance is undeniable here. You walk toward the village well, observing neighbors lifting buckets of ice-cold water. The chains groan under the weight, frost clinging stubbornly to the metal. Each motion is careful, one slip and valuable water is lost. Oddly, some villagers hum softly as they work, melodies floating through the crisp morning air in gentle rhythm. Scholars still argue whether these tunes were superstition, subconscious habit, or deliberate morale boosters, but the effect is real: comfort, shared rhythm, and relief from the monotony of survival in the cold. The market square is beginning to awaken. Stalls display salted fish, bundles of root vegetables, scraps of wool, and carefully stacked firewood. You watch a delicate trade, a single egg exchanged for a handful of oats, honeycomb swapped for cloth, a few coins passing hands. Oddly, value is dictated by scarcity and necessity rather than tradition or aesthetics. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but each interaction is deliberate, a tiny negotiation sustaining life day by day. You notice subtle gestures, a nod, a careful glance, a fleeting smile, a language of survival in a frozen world. At the edge of the village, the frozen pond glistens under pale sunlight. Children step carefully, testing the ice with tentative motions, muffled laughter escaping beneath scarves and layers. Oddly, their play teaches practical lessons, balance, risk assessment, and endurance. Scholars still debate whether medieval childhoods were structured intentionally for survival or simply incidental, but you observe both: education disguised as amusement, preparation disguised as play. Every careful step and tentative slide is rehearsal for life in a harsh world. Turning back toward cottages lining the village square, you notice frost-laden rooftops and curling smoke rising from chimneys. The air carries scents of damp straw, wood smoke, and slowly simmering gruel. A sensory tapestry grounding you in the present. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty, a rhythm in labor, quiet elegance in endurance, and subtle poetry in survival. Scholars still debate whether aesthetics were incidental or consciously appreciated, but standing here, you feel them fully. Every chore, habit, and small adaptation is a quiet act of artistry born of necessity. By mid-morning, you return to your cottage, letting pale sunlight mingle with the faint glow of embers. Oddly, there is quiet triumph in completing morning tasks: water fetched, animals fed, chores done, cold endured. Scholars still argue whether medieval routines were consciously designed for survival or simply habitual, but you feel meaning in each gesture. Repetition, observation, and careful attention converge into persistent warmth, both physical and psychological, steadying body and mind against relentless frost. You stretch slowly, noticing stiffness from morning labor. The day ahead stretches long, tending animals, mending tools, preparing food, fetching water. Oddly, the repetition is calming, almost hypnotic. Every gesture, repeated day after day, reinforces habits honed over generations, ensuring survival. Scholars still debate whether repetition nurtured psychological resilience or simply reinforced habit, but you feel reassurance in the rhythm. Every small success, an animal fed, water carried, embers maintained, is a quiet testament to human persistence in the harsh Middle Ages. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching sunlight climb higher, casting long, soft shadows across frost-covered paths. Oddly, even the harshness of winter carries rhythm, beauty, and lessons. Survival is subtle, blending endurance, observation, and ingenuity. Even in the coldest, harshest conditions, life persists through small, deliberate acts. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously appreciated these strategies, but from your perspective, the quiet logic is clear. Persistence, routine, and careful attention create a human warmth no frost can erase. You step outside, the chill wrapping around you like a thin, icy cloak. Frost glimmers along the edges of rooftops and fences, sparkling faintly in the weak sunlight. Each breath forms a curling cloud, dissipating quickly, leaving a tingling cold on your cheeks. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers relied more on instinct or conscious observation to predict weather patterns, but you notice every subtle shimmer, every soft crunch of ice beneath boots, understanding that awareness is survival itself. Every step is deliberate, measured, as if the frozen ground tests your attention. The animals stir with quiet purpose. Chickens scratch the frozen soil, pecking at tiny grains you toss their way, clucks blending into the cold morning. Goats huddle together, nudging and shifting to share limited warmth, hooves slipping slightly on icy patches, yet finding stability. A dog stretches, shakes frost from its fur, and pads toward you, tail wagging slowly. Oddly, these creatures provide more than practical support. They offer companionship, reassurance, and a subtle warmth against the harsh chill. Scholars still debate the emotional bonds between humans and animals in medieval villages, but you feel it tangibly, a gentle comfort that seeps into your bones. You walk toward the village well, observing neighbors drawing ice-cold water with deliberate care. The chains groan under the weight, frost clinging stubbornly to the metal. Each movement is cautious. One slip and precious water is lost. Oddly, some villagers hum softly as they work, melodies floating through the cold morning air. Scholars still argue whether these tunes were superstition, subconscious habit, or deliberate morale boosters, but their effect is undeniable. A shared rhythm, a tiny comfort, a subtle way to resist the monotony of survival in winter. The market square slowly awakens. Stalls display salted fish, root vegetables, bundles of wool, and neatly stacked firewood. You observe a quiet trade, a single egg exchanged for a handful of oats, honeycomb swapped for cloth, coins passing delicately between hands. Oddly, value is dictated by scarcity and necessity rather than tradition or aesthetics. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but each transaction is purposeful, a subtle negotiation sustaining daily life. You notice the understated gestures of barter, a nod, a careful glance, a fleeting smile, a quiet language of mutual reliance and survival. At the frozen pond, children step carefully, testing the surface with tentative movements. Their muffled laughter floats across the crisp air, adding warmth to the morning. Oddly, their play has practical lessons embedded. Balance, risk assessment, and endurance are all learned without formal instruction. Scholars still debate whether medieval childhoods were intentionally structured for survival or merely incidental, but you observe both. Education disguised as amusement, practice disguised as fun. Every careful step, slip, and giggle is rehearsal for life in a harsh, frozen world. Turning toward cottages lining the village square, you notice frost-laden rooftops and curling smoke from chimneys. The air carries scents of damp straw, wood smoke, and slowly simmering gruel. A sensory tapestry grounding you in the present. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty, a rhythm in labor, quiet elegance in endurance, and subtle poetry in survival. Scholars still debate whether aesthetics were incidental or consciously appreciated, but standing here, you feel it fully. Every task, habit, and adaptation is a quiet act of artistry, born of necessity. You step outside, letting the crisp morning air settle around you. Frost coats the edges of rooftops, fences, and bare branches, each crystal catching the pale sunlight like tiny lanterns. Each breath forms a little cloud, curling and dissipating quickly, leaving a faint sting on your cheeks and lips. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers relied more on instinct or deliberate observation to read weather patterns, but you notice every shimmer, every crunch beneath your boots, understanding that careful awareness is essential for survival. Each step is intentional, measured, as though the frozen ground tests your attentiveness. The animals stir quietly. Chickens scratch at the frozen soil, pecking at grains you toss their way, clucks punctuating the silence. Goats shift and nudge for warmth, hooves slipping slightly on icy patches, yet they adapt instinctively. A dog stretches, shakes frost from its fur, and pads toward you, tail wagging slowly. Oddly, their presence offers more than physical utility. They provide companionship, reassurance, and a sense of continuity in this harsh world.
Scholars still debate the emotional significance of human-animal bonds in medieval villages, but you feel it vividly, a subtle comfort against the morning chill. You make your way to the village well, observing neighbors lifting buckets of ice-cold water. The chains groan under the weight, frost clinging stubbornly to the metal. Each motion is deliberate. One slip and precious water is lost. Oddly, some villagers hum softly as they work, their melodies floating in gentle rhythm across the crisp air. Scholars still argue whether these tunes were superstition, subconscious habit, or deliberate morale boosters, but the effect is undeniable. A shared rhythm, a tiny comfort, and a quiet resistance to the monotony of survival in winter. The market begins to stir. Stalls display salted fish, root vegetables, bundles of wool, and neatly stacked firewood. You witness a quiet exchange, an egg traded for oats, honeycomb swapped for cloth, a few coins changing hands. Oddly, value is dictated by scarcity and necessity rather than aesthetics or tradition. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but each transaction is purposeful, a subtle act of survival. You notice the understated gestures, a nod, a careful glance, a fleeting smile, a small language of mutual reliance that keeps life moving. At the frozen pond, children step cautiously, testing the ice. Their muffled laughter drifts across the cold air, adding warmth to the morning. Oddly, their play carries practical lessons. Balance, risk assessment, and endurance are learned without formal instruction. Scholars still debate whether medieval childhoods were intentionally structured for survival or incidental, but you observe both. Education disguised as amusement, practice disguised as fun. Each careful step, tentative slip, and muffled giggle is a subtle rehearsal for adult life in this harsh environment. Turning back towards the cottages lining the village square, you notice frost-crusted rooftops and curling smoke rising from chimneys. The air carries scents of damp straw, wood smoke, and simmering gruel, a sensory tapestry grounding you in the moment. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty, the rhythm of labor, the quiet elegance of endurance, and subtle poetry in survival. Scholars still debate whether aesthetics were incidental or consciously appreciated, but you feel them fully. Every task, habit, and small adaptation is a quiet act of artistry born of necessity. By mid-morning, you return to your cottage, letting pale sunlight mingle with the faint glow of embers. Oddly, there is triumph in completing morning chores. Water fetched, animals fed, tasks completed, cold endured. Scholars still argue whether medieval routines were consciously designed for survival or simply habitual, but you sense the significance in each gesture. Repetition, observation, and careful attention converge into persistent warmth, both physical and psychological, steadying body and mind against relentless frost. You stretch slowly, noticing stiffness from morning labor. The day ahead is long, tending animals, mending tools, preparing food, fetching water. Oddly, the repetition is calming, almost hypnotic. Each gesture, repeated day after day, reinforces habits honed over generations, ensuring survival. Scholars still debate whether repetition nurtured psychological resilience or simply reinforced habit, but you feel reassurance in the rhythm. Every small success, an animal fed, water carried, embers maintained, is a quiet testament to human persistence in the harsh Middle Ages. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching sunlight climb higher, casting long, soft shadows across frost-covered paths. Oddly, even the harshest winter carries rhythm, beauty, and lessons. Survival is subtle, blending endurance, observation, and ingenuity. Even in the coldest, harshest conditions, life persists through small, deliberate acts. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously appreciated these strategies, but from your perspective, the quiet logic is clear. Persistence, routine, and careful attention create a human warmth no frost can erase.
You step outside, the morning light diffused through a thin layer of frost-laden clouds. Each breath you exhale curls into the cold air, dissipating before you can fully notice it. The chill bites gently at your cheeks and hands, urging you to move with purpose. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers relied primarily on instinct or careful observation to predict weather, but you notice every glint of frost, every subtle creak of frozen ground beneath your boots. Survival requires attention, patience, and subtle awareness of the smallest environmental cues. The animals stir with quiet intention. Chickens scratch and peck at frozen soil, their soft clucks punctuating the morning stillness. Goats huddle close, nudging each other to share warmth, hooves slipping slightly on icy patches, yet always finding balance. A dog stretches, shakes frost from its fur, and pads toward you, tail wagging in slow, rhythmic motion. Oddly, these animals provide more than practical support. They are companions, emotional anchors, subtle reminders that life continues even in harsh conditions. Scholars still debate the depth of medieval human-animal emotional bonds, but you feel it vividly, a small comfort against the persistent cold. You walk toward the village well, observing neighbors lifting buckets of ice-cold water. Chains groan under the frost's grip, each motion deliberate. One slip, and precious water is lost. Oddly, some villagers hum softly as they work, melodies drifting through the crisp morning air. Scholars still argue whether these tunes were superstition, subconscious habit, or deliberate morale boosters, but the effect is tangible. Comfort, shared rhythm, and a subtle resistance to the monotony of winter survival. The market slowly awakens. Stalls display salted fish, root vegetables, bundles of wool, and neatly stacked firewood. You witness quiet exchanges, a single egg for a handful of oats, honeycomb swapped for cloth, a few coins passed with care. Oddly, value is dictated by scarcity and necessity rather than aesthetics or tradition. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but each transaction is deliberate, sustaining daily life. You notice subtle gestures, a nod, a careful glance, a fleeting smile, a silent language of mutual reliance, keeping the village functioning through the frost. At the frozen pond, children step cautiously, testing the ice's strength. Their muffled laughter floats on the cold air, adding warmth to the morning. Oddly, play carries practical lessons. Balance, risk assessment, and endurance are learned without formal instruction. Scholars still debate whether medieval childhoods were intentionally structured for survival or incidental, but you observe both. Education disguised as amusement, practice disguised as fun. Each careful step, slip, and giggle is rehearsal for life in this harsh world. Turning toward cottages lining the village square, you notice frost-covered rooftops and curling smoke from chimneys. The air carries scents of damp straw, wood smoke, and slowly simmering gruel, a sensory tapestry grounding you in the present. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty, the rhythm of labor, quiet elegance in endurance, and subtle poetry in survival. Scholars still debate whether aesthetics were incidental or consciously appreciated, but standing here, you feel it fully. Every task, habit, and small adaptation is a quiet act of artistry born of necessity. By mid-morning, you return to your cottage, letting sunlight mingle with the faint glow of embers.
Oddly, there is quiet triumph in completing morning chores. Water fetched, animals fed, tasks completed, cold endured. Scholars still argue whether medieval routines were consciously designed for survival or simply habitual, but you feel meaning in each gesture. Repetition, observation, and careful attention converge into persistent warmth, both physical and psychological, steadying body and mind against relentless frost. You stretch slowly, feeling stiffness from morning labor. The day ahead stretches long, tending animals, mending tools, preparing food, fetching water. Oddly, repetition is calming, almost hypnotic. Each gesture, repeated day after day, reinforces habits honed over generations, ensuring survival. Scholars still debate whether repetition nurtured psychological resilience or simply reinforced habit, but you feel reassurance in the rhythm. Every small success, an animal fed, water carried, embers maintained, is a quiet testament to human persistence in the harsh Middle Ages. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching sunlight climb higher, casting soft, shifting shadows across frost-covered paths. Oddly, even the harshest winter carries rhythm, beauty, and lessons. Survival is subtle, blending endurance, observation, and ingenuity. Even in the coldest, harshest conditions, life persists through small, deliberate acts. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously appreciated these strategies, but standing here, the quiet logic is clear. Persistence, routine, and careful attention create a human warmth no frost can erase. You step outside once again, the chill wrapping around you like a gentle, icy cloak. Frost sparkles along rooftops, fences, and bare branches, catching the weak sunlight like tiny lanterns. Each breath forms a curling cloud that vanishes almost instantly, leaving a faint sting on your cheeks and lips. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers relied more on instinct or deliberate observation to predict weather, but you notice every shimmer, every subtle crunch beneath your boots, understanding that survival requires attentiveness. Every step is careful, deliberate, as if the frozen ground itself tests your focus. The animals stir with soft energy. Chickens scratch and peck at frozen soil, their clucks punctuating the morning stillness. Goats nudge each other for warmth, shifting slightly on icy patches, but finding balance instinctively. A dog stretches, shakes frost from its fur, and pads toward you, tail wagging in slow rhythm. Oddly, their presence offers more than practical utility. They provide companionship, emotional support, and reassurance that life continues even in harsh conditions. Scholars still debate the depth of medieval human-animal bonds, but standing here, the comfort is palpable. You approach the village well, observing neighbors lifting buckets of ice-cold water with careful precision. The chains groan under frost's stubborn grip, each motion deliberate. One slip and precious water would be lost. Oddly, some villagers hum softly as they work, melodies floating across the crisp morning air. Scholars still argue whether these tunes were superstition, subconscious habit, or deliberate morale boosters, but their effect is tangible. Comfort, shared rhythm, and subtle resistance to the monotony of survival in winter. The market slowly awakens. Stalls display salted fish, root vegetables, bundles of wool, and neatly stacked firewood. You witness quiet exchanges, an egg traded for a handful of oats, honeycomb swapped for cloth, coins passed delicately from hand to hand. Oddly, value is dictated by scarcity and necessity rather than aesthetics or tradition. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but each transaction is deliberate, sustaining daily life. You notice understated gestures, a nod, a careful glance, a fleeting smile.
a silent language of mutual reliance keeping the community functioning through the frost. At the frozen pond, children step cautiously, testing the ice. Muffled laughter drift on the cold air, adding warmth to the morning. Oddly, their play carries practical lessons. Balance, risk assessment, and endurance are learned without formal instruction. Scholars still debate whether medieval childhoods were intentionally structured for survival or incidental, but you observe both. Education disguised as amusement, practice disguised as fun. Each careful step, slip, and giggle is rehearsal for life in this harsh world. Turning toward cottages lining the village square, you notice frost-laden rooftops and curling smoke from chimneys. The air carries scents of damp straw, wood smoke, and slowly simmering gruel, a sensory tapestry grounding you in the moment. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty. The rhythm of labor, quiet elegance in endurance, and subtle poetry in survival. Scholars still debate whether aesthetics were incidental or consciously appreciated, but standing here, you feel them fully. Every task, habit, and small adaptation is a quiet act of artistry born of necessity. By mid-morning, you return to your cottage, letting pale sunlight mingle with the faint glow of embers. Oddly, there is quiet triumph in completing morning chores, water fetched, animals fed, tasks completed, cold endured. Scholars still argue whether medieval routines were consciously designed for survival or simply habitual, but you feel meaning in each gesture. Repetition, observation, and careful attention converge into persistent warmth, both physical and psychological, steadying body and mind against relentless frost. You stretch slowly, noticing stiffness from morning labor. The day ahead stretches long, tending animals, mending tools, preparing food, fetching water. Oddly, repetition is calming, almost hypnotic. Each gesture, repeated day after day, reinforces habits honed over generations, ensuring survival. Scholars still debate whether repetition nurtured psychological resilience or simply reinforced habit, but you feel reassurance in the rhythm. Every small success, an animal fed, water carried, embers maintained, is a quiet testament to human persistence in the Middle Ages. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching sunlight climb higher, casting soft, shifting shadows across frost-covered paths. Oddly, even the harshest winter carries rhythm, beauty, and lessons. Survival is subtle, blending endurance, observation, and ingenuity. Even in the coldest, harshest conditions, life persists through small, deliberate acts. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously appreciated these strategies, but standing here, the quiet logic is clear. Persistence, routine, and careful attention create a human warmth no frost can erase. You step outside once again, the chill wrapping around you like a gentle, icy cloak. Frost sparkles along rooftops, fences, and bare branches, catching the weak sunlight like tiny lanterns. Each breath forms a curling cloud that vanishes almost instantly, leaving a faint sting on your cheeks and lips. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers relied more on instinct or deliberate observation to predict weather, but you notice every shimmer, every subtle crunch beneath your boots, understanding that survival requires attentiveness. Every step is careful, deliberate, as if the frozen ground itself tests your focus. The animals stir with soft energy. Chickens scratch and peck at frozen soil, their clucks punctuating the morning stillness. Goats nudge each other for warmth, shifting slightly on icy patches, but finding balance instinctively. A dog stretches, shakes frost from its fur, and pads toward you, tail wagging in slow rhythm. Oddly,
Their presence offers more than practical utility. They provide companionship, emotional support, and reassurance that life continues even in harsh conditions. Scholars still debate the depth of medieval human-animal bonds, but standing here, the comfort is palpable. You approach the village well, observing neighbors lifting buckets of ice-cold water with careful precision. The chains groan under frost's stubborn grip, each motion deliberate. One slip and precious water would be lost. Oddly, some villagers hum softly as they work, melodies floating across the crisp morning air. Scholars still argue whether these tunes were superstition, subconscious habit, or deliberate morale boosters, but their effect is tangible. Comfort, shared rhythm, and subtle resistance to the monotony of survival in winter. The market slowly awakens. Stalls display salted fish, root vegetables, bundles of wool, and neatly stacked firewood. You witness quiet exchanges, an egg traded for a handful of oats, honeycomb swapped for cloth, coins passed delicately from hand to hand. Oddly, value is dictated by scarcity and necessity rather than aesthetics or tradition. Scholars still debate whether medieval economies were rational or improvisational, but each transaction is deliberate, sustaining daily life. You notice understated gestures, a nod, a careful glance, a fleeting smile, a silent language of mutual reliance keeping the community functioning through the frost. At the frozen pond, children step cautiously, testing the ice. Muffled laughter drift on the cold air, adding warmth to the morning. Oddly, their play carries practical lessons. Balance, risk assessment, and endurance are learned without formal instruction. Scholars still debate whether medieval childhoods were intentionally structured for survival or incidental, but you observe both. Education disguised as amusement, practice disguised as fun. Each careful step, slip, and giggle is rehearsal for life in this harsh world. Turning toward cottages lining the village square, you notice frost-laden rooftops and curling smoke from chimneys. The air carries scents of damp straw, wood smoke, and slowly simmering gruel, a sensory tapestry grounding you in the moment. Oddly, even in this harsh environment, there is beauty. The rhythm of labor, quiet elegance in endurance, and subtle poetry in survival. Scholars still debate whether aesthetics were incidental or consciously appreciated, but standing here, you feel them fully. Every task, habit, and small adaptation is a quiet act of artistry born of necessity. By mid-morning, you return to your cottage, letting pale sunlight mingle with the faint glow of embers. Oddly, there is quiet triumph in completing morning chores. Water fetched, animals fed, tasks completed, cold endured. Scholars still argue whether medieval routines were consciously designed for survival or simply habitual, but you feel meaning in each gesture. Repetition, observation, and careful attention converge into persistent warmth, both physical and psychological, steadying body and mind against relentless frost. You stretch slowly, noticing stiffness from morning labor. The day ahead stretches long, tending animals, mending tools, preparing food, fetching water. Oddly, repetition is calming, almost hypnotic. Each gesture, repeated day after day, reinforces habits honed over generations, ensuring survival. Scholars still debate whether repetition nurtured psychological resilience or simply reinforced habit, but you feel reassurance in the rhythm. Every small success, an animal fed, water carried, embers maintained, is a quiet testament to human persistence in the Middle Ages. Finally, you exhale slowly, watching sunlight climb higher, casting soft, shifting shadows across frost-covered paths. Oddly, even the harshest winter carries rhythm, beauty, and lessons. Survival is subtle, blending endurance, observation, and ingenuity. Even in the coldest, harshest conditions, life persists through small, deliberate acts. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously appreciated these strategies, but standing here, the quiet logic is clear. Persistence, routine, and careful attention create a human warmth no frost can erase.
You begin the day before the sun has fully risen, its faint gold still trapped beneath the horizon. The world feels suspended between sleep and motion. Frost creeps along the edges of windows, painting them in intricate white filigree that glows faintly in the hearth's dying embers. You rub your hands together, exhaling into them before reaching for the wooden ladle resting in the corner. The water in the jug has partially frozen overnight, thin, translucent layers that crack softly when you stir. Scholars still debate how medieval peasants managed hydration through the winter months, but here you know every drop is deliberate, every sip measured. The hearth whispers faintly as you feed it small pieces of kindling, coaxing the flames to life. Sparks leap like fireflies before fading into the shadows. Oddly, you notice the way your breathing syncs with the rhythm of the fire. Inhale as it grows, exhale as it settles. Scholars still argue whether daily rituals like tending the hearth offered spiritual grounding or simple practicality, but you feel the quiet meditative pull of repetition, the strange comfort of routine in an unpredictable world. Outside, the faintest light begins to spill across the fields. The landscape looks still, but you know better. Beneath that crust of frost, life stirs, roots clinging to the frozen soil, animals adjusting to the day's rhythm, people preparing for the small victories of survival. You wrap a coarse wool cloak around your shoulders and step out, boots crunching against the frostbitten earth. The first sound you hear is the distant bleating of goats. Oddly enough, it's reassuring, that ordinary sound against the empty hush of dawn. Your neighbor waves briefly, a quick motion, gloved hands stiff from cold, before returning to stack firewood against his wall. His breath clouds in the air like faint smoke. You nod back, that unspoken acknowledgement of shared endurance. Scholars still debate whether medieval communities survived through cooperation or competition, but here, it's obvious, isolation is luxury, not strength. You survive because you share. You endure because someone else is enduring too. At the well, the pulley creaks with the sound of strained rope, and when the bucket emerges, a delicate rim of ice clings to the sides. You watch as a woman dips a cloth into the frigid water, wrings it out, and wipes her child's face. The little one squeals, not in complaint but in shock, cheeks pink against the cold. You smile despite yourself. It's a small human sound that slices through the quiet weight of the morning. Oddly, moments like these become anchors. Scholars still argue whether such domestic rituals were consciously emotional or merely functional, but here warmth is found in gestures, not comfort. As the village stirs, the familiar scents of smoke, damp wool, and baking bread drift on the wind. Somewhere nearby, someone is grinding grain, the slow, rhythmic groan of stone against stone. It becomes part of the morning's pulse, blending with distant voices and the bleating of animals. You feel it settle into you like a lullaby disguised as labor. Oddly, work here doesn't separate life and survival, it is life. Scholars still debate whether medieval peasants saw labor as burden or purpose, but in the steady rhythm of the grindstone, you sense both, hardship laced with meaning. Later, as the sun lifts higher, you head toward the edge of the forest to collect kindling. Snow hasn't fallen yet, but the ground is stiff with frost, each twig snapping sharply under your boots. You find comfort in the simple focus, scanning the ground, gathering what's needed, listening to the world's quiet. Birds call faintly in the distance, their voices brittle and clear. Oddly, the forest feels less like wilderness and more like a companion, stern, unyielding, but generous in its way. Scholars still debate how medieval people perceived nature, enemy, resource, or partner. For you, it feels like all three. By midday, your arms are full of firewood, your breath steady, your body pleasantly sore from the cold and motion. When you return home, you stack the wood carefully beside the hearth, a growing monument to future warmth. You sit, watching flames catch and build, orange light flickering across the walls. The room smells of smoke and damp wool, but beneath it all, there's comfort, a sense of having earned the right to rest, if only for a few minutes. Oddly, in this stillness, you realize that peace isn't the absence of hardship. It's the brief moment when hardship pauses to let you breathe. A pot of barley gruel simmers quietly on the fire. You stir it absently, tasting a spoonful, the blandness almost comforting. You add a pinch of salt, rare, precious, and suddenly it feels like a feast. Scholars still debate medieval nutrition and whether people recognized deficiencies or simply endured them. But here, taste doesn't matter. Warmth does. You eat slowly, listening to the muffled wind outside, grateful for something to hold in your hands. As the day begins to fade, the shadows grow longer and the frost begins to creep back in. You step outside one last time, the sky washed in dull pink and gray. Smoke curls upward from every chimney, merging with low-hanging mist until the village looks like it's exhaling. Oddly, even in exhaustion, you feel connection to the rhythm, to the cold, to the quiet pulse of survival. Scholars still debate whether medieval people thought of their lives as part of a grand design or simply a daily task, but you sense both truths mingling in the chill air. You exhale and watch your breath dissolve into the dusk. The cold bites, but you've learned its language. Survival here isn't victory, it's endurance, measured in steady breaths and small acts of persistence. The night waits patiently, and so do you, warmed by fire, routine, and the quiet certainty that somehow this too will pass. As dusk descends, you feel the day exhale, a long, low sigh of relief that ripples across the village. Smoke rises from chimneys in soft spirals, the sky deepening from pale gray to bruised violet. The last traces of sunlight flicker on frosted rooftops before slipping away entirely. You stand at your door for a moment, watching the world change colors, the air sharpening as shadows stretch and merge. Scholars still debate whether medieval villages viewed night as peaceful or perilous, but as the light fades, you sense both, a strange mix of calm and quiet unease. The evening chores move with slower rhythm now. The goats are gathered and tethered, their warm breath curling like fog. Chickens settle into their coop, feathers puffed up, eyes closing one by one. You sprinkle the last handful of grain, hearing the soft pecking fade into sleepy murmurs. Oddly, even the animals seem to know when to surrender to darkness. Scholars still argue whether this instinctive harmony between humans and beasts was intentional or emergent, but standing here, you feel the silent choreography of shared fatigue. Inside, your cottage glows with the low, golden light of the hearth. Shadows dance along the wooden beams, flickering across the rough plaster walls. You hang your cloak near the fire to dry, the faint smell of smoke clinging to it like memory. A pot of stew bubbles lazily, filling the room with the scent of barley, leeks, and salted pork. The fire cracks and pops softly, a heartbeat for the room. Oddly, this warmth feels earned, not given. Every flicker of flame carries the weight of the day's labor. The water fetched, the wood gathered, the frost endured. Scholars still debate whether medieval people measured comfort by scarcity or gratitude, but here, comfort feels like victory. You sit on a wooden stool near the fire, your back against the rough wall. The room hums quietly, a mix of the fire's sigh, distant footsteps outside, and the faint whistle of wind squeezing through cracks in the shutters. Oddly, the sound isn't lonely, it's grounding, a reminder that others nearby are settling into the same rhythm. Scholars still debate whether medieval villages shared collective rest or individual isolation, but you sense the invisible thread connecting every cottage, a shared surrender to the night. Outside, the village square empties slowly. A few voices murmur, brief laughter, a dog barking once before silence returns. Someone carries a lantern, the light swaying gently with each step, briefly illuminating frosted ground before disappearing into the dark. The world seems smaller now, folded into pools of light and shadow. Oddly, your vision adjusts quickly, learning to trust sound, warmth, and memory over sight. Scholars still debate whether medieval people were more attuned to darkness than we are, but here, in this flickering glow, you find reassurance in limitation. You spoon the stew into a wooden bowl, steam rising in soft curls that fog your face. The first bite warms you from the inside out, the salt sharp, the texture thick, each mouthful grounding you. You eat slowly, watching the fire shift from orange to deep red, the coals glowing like buried embers in the earth. Oddly, hunger feels gentler at night, less like need, more like ritual. Scholars still debate whether shared evening meals carried social or spiritual meaning, but as you eat in silence, you sense both. Every bite feels ancient, every swallow deliberate, as though each grain of barley carries a memory of sunlight. When the bowl is empty, you set it aside and draw your blanket closer around your shoulders. The wool scratches lightly against your skin, a familiar discomfort that somehow feels reassuring. The fire's warmth begins to fade, its crackle softening into faint pops and sighs. Outside, wind hums through the trees, low, steady, almost like a voice. You listen for a while, your eyes heavy, your body sinking deeper into stillness. Oddly, the fatigue feels less physical than emotional, as though the day's weight has seeped into your thoughts. Scholars still debate whether medieval rest was restorative or simply a pause in endless labor. But you know this moment matters. Even brief stillness is sacred here. You glance toward the small window. Beyond the frosted glass, the moon rises, pale, round, veiled in thin clouds. It casts faint silver light across the snow-dusted fields, illuminating the sleeping village in ghostly silence. You feel both small and infinite beneath it. Oddly, the moonlight doesn't feel cold. It feels like a reminder that something beyond this tiny world continues to move. Scholars still debate whether medieval people saw celestial bodies as divine messengers or practical guides, but to you, the moon feels like quiet company, distant but watching. Your eyelids grow heavy. The warmth of the fire blurs with the chill creeping through the floorboards. You pull your blanket higher, listening as the last log collapses into glowing coals. Somewhere, an owl calls, soft, mournful, unhurried. Oddly, the night no longer feels threatening. It feels vast and forgiving, a place to rest rather than resist. Scholars still argue whether medieval people feared the dark or found solace in it, but in this moment, you feel the answer shift like the wind. Sometimes fear and peace are two sides of the same silence. The embers fade to red dust, and the cottage darkens. You close your eyes, hearing only your breath and the wind outside, steady, ancient, indifferent. You drift between wakefulness and sleep, caught in the rhythm of survival and surrender. Tomorrow will bring more frost, more labor, more quiet endurance. But for now, warmth lingers, steady as a heartbeat, somewhere deep within. Night has fully claimed the village now. The world outside your door lies still, wrapped in frost and moonlight. The air feels heavier, quieter, almost reverent. The only movement is the slow drift of smoke from chimneys, thin and silvery against the sky. You breathe deeply, and the cold sneaks into your lungs, sharp and clean. It tastes like iron and wood smoke. You think, briefly, of how fragile everything feels at night, how survival rests on tiny acts. One ember kept alive, one door latched, one candle shielded from the draft. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers feared the dark or respected it, but as you stand there, you sense a kind of uneasy truce. You close the door and return to the hearth. The fire has dwindled to glowing embers, small pockets of red pulsing like the last beats of a tired heart. You stir them gently with an iron rod, watching sparks flutter up and vanish. Oddly, this small act, tending the dying fire, feels like communion. You are keeping light alive, not just for warmth, but for reassurance that the world still holds color in its corners. Scholars still argue whether medieval people saw fire as a spirit, a god, or just a tool. But here, it feels like a companion, whispering in crackles and sighs. Your bed awaits. Simple wood, a straw mattress covered with woolen blankets. You slip beneath the rough weave, pulling it up to your chin. The straw creaks softly beneath your weight. It's not comfort in the modern sense, but it's safety, a thin barrier between your bones and the earth's chill. Oddly, you find that the scratch of wool, the faint scent of smoke and hay, calm you more than silence could. Scholars still debate whether sleep was sacred rest or necessary escape in medieval life, but your body knows what your mind doesn't need to. Rest is survival. Outside, the sounds change. The occasional bark of a dog, the muffled roll of wind across the thatch. Somewhere, faintly, you hear bells, perhaps from a monastery several miles away. They mark the hours, a rhythm of faith and time woven into the night. Oddly, those bells don't measure productivity here. They measure endurance. Each chime is a quiet reminder that you've made it another hour through the cold. Scholars still debate how much those bells shaped daily life, but lying there in the dark, they feel like a heartbeat connecting you to every sleeper in the valley. You let your thoughts drift. In the darkness, the mind does strange things. Images flicker behind your eyes. The shimmer of frost, the sway of lantern light, the steady motion of hands grinding grain. You're not dreaming yet, but you're close. A slow fade between thought and sleep. Oddly, this half-conscious space feels ancient, the same drifting border that generations before you must have known. Scholars still argue whether medieval dreams were interpreted as prophecy or nonsense, but you suspect they were just another kind of endurance, an extension of the day's work into softer, stranger terrain. As you hover near sleep, you feel the house itself breathing with you. The timbers creak as they adjust to the cold, the fire hisses, the wind hums softly through cracks in the shutters. Every sound is alive, carrying small comforting reminders that the world continues even when unseen. Oddly, there's peace in that realization. You are a part of a larger stillness, folded into the rhythm of night. Scholars still debate whether medieval rest was communal or deeply personal, but in this moment, both seem true. The village sleeps as one body, each home its quiet cell of warmth and breath. Sleep comes in layers here, not one long stretch. You drift in and out, sometimes waking when the wind howls, sometimes when the fire sighs its last breath. Each time you open your eyes, the light has shifted slightly, the cold pressing a little closer. You pull the blanket tighter, your thoughts half dreamed now, flashes of summer fields, the taste of warm bread, the sound of laughter that might have happened years ago. Oddly, in these small dreams, you feel protected. Scholars still argue whether fragmented sleep made medieval people stronger or simply more resigned to exhaustion, but your body accepts the rhythm without question. When you wake again, it's deep night. The moonlight is sharp now, cutting through cracks in the shutters like silver threads. You can see your breath even under the blanket. For a moment, you listen, utterly still. The world outside holds its breath too. Then from somewhere far off, the faint hoot of an owl drifts through the cold. Oddly, the sound doesn't startle you, it reassures you. Life still moves in the darkness, unseen but enduring. Scholars still debate whether such sounds were taken as omens or ordinary signs of night, but you know instinctively, they're proof that the world hasn't stopped turning. You close your eyes again, sinking deeper this time. Your mind quiets, thoughts dissolving like mist. The day's images fade, the frost, the fire, the faces at the well, and are replaced by a soft, endless dark. Your body loosens, your breathing slows. The house settles around you like a protective shell. Somewhere in that vast silence, your heart finds its rhythm with the world outside. Steady, patient, ancient. Oddly, you realize this just before sleep claims you completely. Survival isn't just about endurance, or labor, or warmth. It's about surrender, the willingness to let go and trust that morning will return. Scholars still debate whether medieval people feared death more than they valued rest. But for you, lying here in the dark, there's no difference. Both are a kind of peace. And for now, peace is enough. You wake before the light does. The air bites your skin, the kind of cold that makes you question whether you ever truly slept. Your breath curls above your face in pale ribbons, and for a moment you stay still, listening. The world hasn't yet stirred. The faint sound of coals collapsing in the hearth tells you the fire's heart has gone cold. You roll out of bed, your feet landing on hard-packed dirt, and the chill races up your legs like a dare. You think, maybe this is how morning greets you here. Not with warmth, but with a challenge. You move to the hearth and crouch low. A few embers still glow faintly in the ash. You blow on them gently, coaxing them back to life. There's an odd satisfaction in watching orange veins pulse into being, spreading through the black. Fire, like life, doesn't need much, just air and persistence. Scholars still argue whether early risers in the medieval world were admired or simply unlucky, but as the flame catches, you feel a small, private pride. You've beaten the cold again. The house smells of smoke and sleep. You stir the coals, toss in kindling, and wait for the crackle that means victory. The faint light of dawn starts to edge through the cracks in the shutters, soft and blue. Outside, the roosters begin their work, their calls uneven, like instruments tuning before a concert. You smile. In a world where clocks don't yet exist, roosters are timekeepers, and their precision is both comic and essential. Oddly enough, you've learned to trust them more than the church bell. Scholars still debate how medieval villagers measured their days, but you suspect it was all about sound, the voices of animals, of wind, of water. As the fire strengthens, you stretch your arms and shoulders. The stiffness of sleep lingers, but it's better than frostbite. Your stomach growls softly, an ancient reminder that survival is a daily negotiation. You reach for yesterday's bread, hard now, more stone than loaf, and chew slowly, washing it down with ale that's gone flat overnight. Oddly, the flavor is comforting, a familiar bitterness that feels like continuity.
Scholars still argue whether medieval ale was safer than water, but you don't really care. It's warm and it works. You dress layer by layer, wrapping yourself in wool and linen. Every garment feels heavier in winter, as if the clothes themselves share your burden. You tie a strip of cloth around your head, tuck in your hands, and glance at the door. Outside, the world glows faintly silver. Frost glitters across the wooden frame, and you pause before pushing it open. For just a heartbeat, you consider staying inside, staying still, staying warm. But that's not an option here. In this age, stillness invites hunger. You push the door open. The air rushes in like a ghost. The village beyond is blanketed in pale mist, every roof edged in ice. Smoke rises from a few chimneys, curling lazily into the dawn. Your breath joins it, forming tiny clouds that vanish almost instantly. You start walking. The ground crunches beneath your boots, frozen mud and frost locked in their quiet war. The first sound of life comes from the barn, the muffled grumble of animals waiting for feed. You pass a neighbor's cottage and see movement through the thin light, a woman stirring a pot, her shadow long on the wall. She glances up and waves. You nod in return, no words exchanged, just mutual understanding. Everyone here is too tired for greetings this early. Oddly, that silence feels more genuine than any conversation could. Scholars still debate whether medieval communities were bound more by faith or fatigue, but as you walk on, you know it's both. At the barn, you unbolt the door. Warm air, heavy with the scent of hay and manure, envelops you instantly. The cows shift and snort softly, their breath forming clouds in the half-dark. You move slowly between them, your hands brushing coarse fur, the sound of hooves and straw filling the space. Feeding them becomes its own rhythm. Scoop, pour, pat, repeat. Each motion a quiet prayer to routine. Oddly, you find peace here, surrounded by lowing animals and steam rising from their bodies. Scholars still debate whether humans domesticated animals for work or companionship, but this moment makes it feel like both. The light outside strengthens, gold bleeding into blue. Through the open door, you see the first rays catch the frost, and suddenly, the whole world shimmers. You pause, leaning on the feed scoop, watching the sparkle stretch across the fields. The sight feels like a reward, a daily miracle so ordinary that no one ever calls it one. Oddly, you feel both small and infinite. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants found beauty in their labor, but beauty, it seems, never needed permission. By the time you finish, your breath no longer looks like smoke. The day has warmed, if only slightly. You step outside, stretching your back and flexing your fingers. The mist has lifted, revealing the forest edge, the frozen stream, and the distant shapes of villagers already at work. You take a deep breath, the kind that feels like beginning again. Survival, you think, is just repetition with faith. Doing the same things every day, believing that spring will eventually notice. You walk back to your cottage, the sun now climbing, your hands rough, your face flushed. Behind you, the barn hums with quiet life. Ahead, the world unfolds. Tough, beautiful, indifferent. You can almost hear it whisper, "Another day survived."
By mid-morning, the cold begins to soften its grip. The village exhales a misty breath as smoke rises in steady pillars from each cottage, turning the pale sky into a watercolor of grays and whites. You pull your hood tighter and make your way toward the fields, your breath puffing in rhythm with your steps. The path is uneven, frozen in ruts and puddles that gleam like shards of glass. Your boots crunch through frost, each sound sharp and satisfying, the only percussion in this otherwise quiet landscape. Your hands are numb before you even reach the edge of the fields. You rub them together, blow into your palms, and watch your breath disappear into the air. This patch of land is everything: food, hope, and sometimes disappointment. It doesn't belong to you, not really. It belongs to the Lord who rules from the stone manor of the hill. You just borrow its surface, turn it, seed it, pray over it. Oddly enough, the soil doesn't seem to care who owns it. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants saw themselves as stewards or slaves to the land, but right now, you're simply a participant in its stubborn rhythm. You grab a wooden hoe and begin to break the frost crust. The earth groans softly under your effort, clods of frozen dirt scattering. It's hard, repetitive work, but it brings a strange calm. Every strike sends warmth into your muscles. Every motion grounds you deeper in the moment. Oddly, the rhythm feels meditative. Swing, breathe, lift, repeat. You can almost hear the pulse of the land beneath the surface, quiet but steady, like a sleeping animal. Scholars still debate whether physical labor dulled the mind or sharpened it through focus, but in your world, thought and toil are indistinguishable. A few fields over, you see other villagers working too, bundled shapes moving slowly, their tools glinting in the low light. One man stops to straighten his back, exhales a cloud of steam and waves. Another laughs softly at something unseen. You can't hear the words, but you know the jokes. They're always the same, passed down like heirlooms. Cold enough to freeze the devil's beard, someone might mutter. Then he should have stayed in church, another replies. The humor here isn't about laughter. It's about endurance. Oddly, jokes feel like shields against despair. Scholars still argue whether medieval humor was cruel or comforting, but out here, it's the only thing lighter than the air. You pause to sip from your flask. Ale again, lukewarm but comforting. The taste is earthy, yeasty, and familiar. As you drink, your gaze drifts to the horizon. The manor looms faintly there, its gray stone walls piercing the sky. You think about the people inside, how they wake later, eat better, and never feel frost under their nails. Oddly, there's no real anger in you. The hierarchy feels ancient, immovable, like the hills themselves. Scholars still argue whether peasants dreamed of rebellion or simply accepted their lot. But in truth, it's both. You dream sometimes, but you also get up every morning and work. Survival and hope are the same motion, just aimed in different directions. The sun climbs higher, and the frost begins to fade into muddy shine. The smell of thawed earth rises, a scent so deep and honest that it almost feels like a language. You dig faster, finding rhythm again. The sound of tools echoes faintly across the valley, merging with the soft murmurs of birds daring to return. You catch sight of a robin hopping between furrows, puffing its chest like a tiny, stubborn miracle. Oddly, its presence feels like proof that something is always returning. Scholars still debate whether medieval people saw animals as symbols or just neighbors, but you decide both are true. The bird seems to say, "Keep going." After hours of work, you straighten up, wiping sweat from your brow. The cold no longer stings, it just lingers like a forgotten thought. You look around and see the field marked by your effort, lines and ridges, proof that you've wrestled with the world and left your name in it, if only until the next rain. There's pride in that, small but real. Oddly, even exhaustion feels sacred when it's earned by your own hands. Scholars still argue whether medieval labor was noble or degrading, but as you stand there, chest heaving, it feels neither. It just feels necessary. You shoulder your tool and start the slow walk back toward the village. The road smells faintly of wood smoke and manure, the two perfumes of life here. You pass a group of children chasing each other with sticks, their laughter thin and wild in the cold air. One trips, falls into the mud, and bursts into gibbles. The others join in, piling snow on his back like a ceremony. You smile without meaning to. Oddly, joy seems to exist in this place precisely because it's not supposed to. Scholars still debate whether medieval children had real childhoods or were just tiny workers in training, but for a few moments, these sound like children anywhere in history. Loud, messy, unstoppable. When you reach your cottage, the light is already shifting again, shadows lengthening across the yard. You pause at the door, looking back once more at the fields, the frost now replaced by faint glistening mud. Another day half spent, another victory measured in breaths and blisters. You step inside, the warmth hitting your face like gratitude. Oddly, you realize this as you close the door. The world hasn't gotten easier, only more familiar. And somehow, that's comfort enough.
By the time the sun begins to drop, the world has turned to copper and smoke. You can feel the shift in the air, work slowing, footsteps softening, voices lowering. The village exhales. The cold, which had loosened its hold during the day, now starts creeping back in, thin and precise, finding every gap in wood and cloth. You pull your cloak tighter and glance at the sky. It's the kind of sunset that looks almost painted, streaks of pink and gold dissolving into the kind of blue that makes you shiver. It's beautiful in a way that almost feels unfair. You head toward the common path, where the villagers gather near the well. Buckets clank, laughter rolls low, and someone's dog barks lazily, announcing nothing in particular. The air smells of damp hay and faint wood smoke. Home scents, comforting despite the cold. You greet a few familiar faces, the baker's wife with flowers still smudged on her cheek, an old man mending a basket, a boy with frost clinging to his hair like sugar. Oddly, no one seems in a hurry. There's something sacred about these small pauses, moments that don't ask for anything but presence. Scholars still debate whether medieval communities valued leisure or simply lacked the time for it, but right now, it feels like this is leisure, shared silence wrapped in steam and breath. As you wait your turn at the well, you overhear bits of talk. Someone complains about a stubborn ox, another mutters about the manor's taxes. The voices blend together into a familiar chorus of frustration, gossip, and humor. It's always like this, venting in circles that never break because breaking them would mean changing everything. Oddly, it feels safe to complain about the things you can't change. Scholars still argue whether medieval people believed in progress, but progress seems irrelevant when survival itself is the measure of success. Your bucket finally fills, the rope creaking as you haul it up. The water is shockingly clear, cold enough to sting your hands. You glance down at your reflection, pale face, cracked lips, eyes rimmed with fatigue, and think, briefly, that everyone here must look like this, the same weariness, the same strange endurance. You smile faintly at your own reflection, a quiet acknowledgement. Still here. Scholars still debate whether peasants saw themselves as individuals or as a collective identity, but it's hard to separate those ideas when your life depends on both. You make your way home, bucket swaying beside you. The sounds of the village trail after you. The clatter of pots, the whistle of someone calling in a child, the soft thud of doors closing one by one. It's an orchestra of endings, every sound marking the day's retreat. You push open your door, and the warmth that meets you feels almost human. The fire you rekindled earlier burns strong now, casting ripples of orange across the walls. You set the bucket down, hang your cloak, and exhale deeply. This, you think, is what comfort means here. Not luxury, not abundance, but the return to warmth after the cold. Dinner is simple tonight. Stew thick with barley and whatever root vegetables survived storage. You stir it slowly, the smell filling the small room. It's not much, but it smells like contentment. You break a piece of bread, hard at the edges but soft in the center, and dunk it into the broth. The taste is earthy, faintly sweet, satisfying in a way that goes beyond hunger. Oddly, you realize that flavor here isn't about pleasure, it's about memory. Every bite reminds you of planting, of harvest, of the cycle that ties you to this place whether you want it or not. Scholars still argue whether medieval food was monotonous or comforting, but you know the truth lies somewhere in between. It's the taste of continuity. After eating, you sit by the fire with your back to the wall, your body finally still. The flames flicker low and steady, their light painting the room in slow motion. You can hear faint laughter outside, neighbors lingering before bed, swapping half-told stories and half-believed gossip. Someone plays a fiddle somewhere down the lane, the notes soft and uneven, the kind of music that sounds older than words. Oddly, it feels like the fire is listening with you. Scholars still debate whether music was a luxury or a necessity in village life, but tonight it feels like oxygen for tired souls. You think of the stories passed around on nights like this, tales of saints and spirits, of foxes that talk and devils that bargain. Every story, no matter how absurd, carries a whisper of truth. The world is strange, and you must live in it anyway. You remember one from your childhood, about a man who made a pact with the winter wind to keep his family warm, only to vanish himself when the frost returned. Oddly, you don't know whether to fear the story or envy it. Scholars still argue whether folklore was a tool of control or comfort, but either way, it keeps the night company. The fire pops, scattering sparks that vanish before reaching the floor. You pull your blanket tighter, eyes half closed, your body heavy but your mind still drifting. You think of the fields sleeping under frost, the animals breathing in their stalls, the moon rising slow and patient above the world. Everything feels suspended, balanced between effort and rest. Oddly, it's peaceful. The kind of peace that doesn't demand happiness, only acceptance. Scholars still debate whether medieval people ever truly relaxed, but this, right here, feels close enough. The night outside deepens. You finish the last of your ale, set the cup down, and let your eyes close completely. The sound of the wind is softer now, like distant waves. Somewhere far off, the church bell rings once, marking the hour. You don't count which one, it doesn't matter. All that matters is this moment, this quiet, this breath before sleep. And as the fire dims, you think. Maybe survival isn't the act of resisting the cold, but learning to let the warmth stay a little longer each night.
The night stretches long and slow, the kind that feels older than time itself. You lie awake at first, half listening to the shifting sounds of the cottage. The walls sigh, the fire crackles softly, the wind hums through gaps in the wood like an instrument played by something unseen. Your eyes adjust to the darkness until the room becomes a landscape of shadows and faint glimmers. The outline of the table, the faint shimmer on a metal cup, the slow rise and fall of the embers. Outside, the cold deepens to its quietest point, the hour when even the dogs stop barking. You close your eyes, hoping for sleep, but the mind rarely obeys when commanded. Thoughts wander like ghosts. You remember stories told in whispers near fires like this, of spirits that roam the countryside at night, of travelers frozen mid-step by winter's cruel hand, of the restless dead who knock softly at cottage doors just to feel remembered. Oddly, Those tales never frightened you as a child. They comforted you. They gave the darkness rules, names, and reasons. Scholars still argue whether medieval fears were born from faith or from weather, but when you're lying here, hearing the wind mutter against the walls, both seem equal gods. A sound interrupts your thoughts, distant at first, then clearer. A low creak, followed by a thud. You sit up slowly, eyes straining in the dark. It might be the roof settling, or maybe the door shifting in its frame. You tell yourself that anyway. But then you hear it again, a faint scraping, like something brushing against wood from the outside. You freeze, your breath shallow. For a few seconds, the world seems to hold still with you. Then the sound stops. Silence returns deeper than before. You let out a slow breath, half laughing at yourself. You probably won't survive this, you think with a smile, remembering the joke from earlier. Oddly, humor feels like armor, even against invisible things. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers believed their ghosts were real or metaphorical, but fear, you realize, doesn't care about philosophy. You settle back down, pulling the blanket higher, pretending the sound was nothing. The fire throws soft shadows against the ceiling, moving like the silhouettes of dancers in slow motion. You watch them sway, lulled by their rhythm. Your mind drifts again, but not to peace, more like wandering. You see flashes behind your eyelids, fields under moonlight, the frost glowing like glass, figures walking the ridgelines with lanterns that never seem to move closer. The images feel ancient and familiar, like memories you didn't earn. Oddly, they're not frightening, just persistent. Scholars still argue whether medieval dreams were seen as omens or echoes of waking life, but here, dreams feel like conversations you never asked to join. Sleep finally takes you, though it feels less like surrender and more like falling through a soft, endless fog. In your dream, you're standing in the middle of the village square. The well is frozen over, the cottage is dark, the sky the color of ashes. No one else is there, but you feel watched. Not in a menacing way, more like the world itself is awake, waiting. You walk slowly, your footsteps soundless on the snow. When you reach the well, you lean over it and look down expecting darkness. Instead, you see light, warm, golden, flickering as if from a fire far below. It pulses, and for a moment you think you hear your own voice whispering from the depths. You can't make out the words, only the tone. Soft, pleading, almost kind. Then the light fades, replaced by the dark you expected all along. You wake with a start, the sound of your own name still echoing in your head, or maybe it was only part of the dream. The fire has burned low, leaving only a faint red glow under a crust of ash. The room feels smaller now, closer. You sit up, rub your face, and listen again. Nothing. No wind, no movement, just quiet. Your heart slows. You realize it's nearly dawn. The faintest thread of gray light seeps through the cracks in the shutters. Another night survived. Oddly, you feel both foolish and grateful. Scholars still argue whether medieval people sought dreams as divine messages or tricks of the mind, but right now they feel like reminders that even sleep isn't empty. It's another kind of survival. You throw a few twigs into the hearth, coaxing a new flame. The warmth returns reluctantly, like an old friend who forgives slowly. You sit close, stretching your hands towards it, watching your fingers glow orange in the light. Outside, you can hear the first stirrings of life. Distant voices, a door closing, a rooster announcing what no one needs reminding of. You smile faintly, eyes heavy again. The night has given back the day, as it always does. Oddly, you think as you watch the first spark leap from the coals, maybe that's what faith really means here. Not belief in the unseen, but trust that morning will always remember where to find you. The dawn that follows is slow to arrive. It seeps into the world rather than bursts through it, a hesitant light stretching across the frost-laced ground. You open your eyes to the faint silver spilling through the shutters, and for a few moments you just lie there, listening to the creak of wood, the whisper of wind, and your own soft breathing. The cold has settled in your bones overnight, but the sight of that pale light feels like mercy. You rise, joints stiff, and pull your wool cloak round you. Outside, the village begins to murmur awake. You open the door and step into the quiet. Frost crunches under your boots, each sound loud in the thin morning air. The sky is a blend of blue and pearl, the kind of beauty no one ever stops to name. You see smoke already rising from chimneys, thin trails of human persistence curling into the air. There's comfort in that, a quiet reminder that even when the world freezes, people still get up, still move, still try. Oddly, the repetition feels sacred. Scholars still argue whether medieval people thought of their days as cycles or burdens, but you're certain it's both, a rhythm you don't fight because you don't need to. At the well, a few villagers are already gathered. Their breath clouds mingle with the steam of early cooking fires. You nod to them, exchange a few tired greetings. A woman dips her bucket into the water, the rope creaking as frost snaps against it. "Cold morning," she mutters, and you smile. That phrase might as well be a prayer. It's said every day, always true. Oddly, such simple exchanges feel like proof that everyone is still here, still tethered to the same small world. Scholars still debate whether language shaped community or community shaped language, but maybe it doesn't matter. Both exist to keep the silence from winning. You carry your own bucket home, the metal cold against your fingers. Your breath fogs in front of you, ghostly and rhythmic. Inside, the hearth still holds the faintest glow from last night's fire. You kneel, add fresh logs, and blow gently until orange veins come alive again. The fire sighs into existence, stretching and crackling like it's grateful to be remembered. The light spills across the room, painting everything gold. You sit close, rubbing your hands, and watch the frost on the windows slowly melt into streaks of water. Oddly, it feels like time itself thawing. Scholars still argue whether medieval mornings carried spiritual meaning, but this one feels like rebirth in miniature. Breakfast is plain. Porridge, thick and slightly smoky from the pot. You eat slowly, letting the warmth spread through your chest. Outside, you can hear the sounds of the village returning to motion. Hammers striking, voices calling, animals stirring. The day always begins like this, not with grand ambition, but with small, deliberate acts of survival. You think of how fragile it all is, the fire, the food, the threadbare walls, and yet, somehow, it's enough. Oddly, the fragility itself feels steady, as if the world has always been held together by breath and habit. Scholars still argue whether medieval life was more dangerous or more resilient than ours, but maybe resilience has always looked like this: quiet, repetitive, uncelebrated endurance. You decide to walk to the stream before work begins, a small ritual that feels almost luxurious. The path is lined with bare trees, the branches white with frost. The ground sparkles faintly underfoot, every step a crunch of ice. The air is sharp enough to sting, but it smells clean, so clean it almost hurts. When you reach the stream, it's half frozen, a ribbon of dark water cutting through white stillness. You crouch down, dip your fingers in, and flinch at the cold. Then, out of habit, you splash a little on your face. The shock wakes you completely. Water, you think, is the purest form of truth here. Honest, necessary, and indifferent. It gives and it takes with the same calm. Oddly, that feels comforting. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers saw rivers as sacred or dangerous, but to you, they are both, a mirror and a warning. You watch the current move under the ice, slow but unstoppable, and something inside you softens. The same water that freezes will soon flow again. It always does. You linger a little longer than you should, watching the light rise higher through the trees. The sun turns the frost into glittering dust, and for a moment the world feels almost luxurious in its silence. You breathe deeply, trying to memorize the feeling before work calls you back. The distant sound of a bell rings from the church tower, faint but clear, a reminder of time's steady march. You turn toward the sound and begin the walk home, boots slipping a little on the frozen path. When you reach the village again, life has fully resumed. Someone is chopping wood, the sound echoing against stone. Children run past, laughing, their cheeks red with cold. A man leads an ox down the road, the animal's breath rising in soft clouds. It's all so ordinary, and yet so miraculous in its persistence. Oddly, the simplicity of it makes you ache with quiet gratitude. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers saw themselves as trapped or chosen for this kind of life. But you decide it doesn't matter. This world may be harsh, but it's also whole. You pause at your door, taking one last look at the morning. The smoke, the light, the quiet defiance of life against the cold. Then you step inside, closing the door gently behind you. The warmth greets you again, patient as always. You sit by the fire, feeling your skin thaw and your heart slow. Oddly, you think, as you watch the flames dance, maybe survival isn't just about holding on, it's about learning how to begin again every morning, no matter how cold it gets. You step outside once again, the light of day now strong and pale, casting everything in that winter blue glow. The frost has loosened its grip, but only slightly. Your breath still fogs the air as you move. You join the slow current of people making their way toward the fields, men with worn tools slung over their shoulders, women with baskets balanced on hips, children trailing close behind. The village hums like a waking creature, every sound layered with purpose. The bleat of a goat, the thud of a bucket, the quiet chatter of neighbors trying to make peace with another cold day. You walk with them, boots crunching over frozen mud, and it feels almost ceremonial. The sun, weak but steady, glints off every patch of frost like scattered silver. Oddly, the beauty of it all hides the exhaustion beneath it. You think of how the land seems both cruel and kind, offering just enough to keep you working, never quite enough to let you rest. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants viewed work as duty or devotion, but to you, it's just breathing. You do it because not doing it would feel stranger. At the edge of the field, the air smells of soil and smoke. Even in winter, there's work to be done. Fixing fences, clearing brush, checking stores for rot. You take your place, your fingers already stiff with cold, and start to dig at the frozen earth with a spade. The blade clangs against the ground, sending vibrations up your arm. The soil resists you, hard and unyielding. You exhale slowly, watching the puff of your breath fade like a ghost. Hours pass like that. Dig, pause, breathe, repeat. The rhythm becomes its own kind of meditation. The sound of other workers blends into the background, a low and steady music of human endurance. Sometimes you exchange a joke or two, though laughter always seems to freeze mid-air before it reaches the ground. There's a certain intimacy in shared struggle. It binds people in ways comfort never could. Oddly, that thought warms you more than the fire you light tonight. Scholars still debate whether common labor in medieval villages built solidarity or submission, but maybe it built both, chains of belonging as heavy as they were necessary. When midday comes, someone calls out that it's time to rest. You drop your tool, stretch your arms, and sit on a low stone wall. The sun sits higher now, but it doesn't bring warmth, just a softer light. You pull a piece of dark bread from your pouch, a small wedge of cheese, and eat in silence. Around you, others do the same.
The air smells faintly of earth and smoke. The world feels suspended in stillness, as if even time needs a moment to breathe. You glance toward the horizon. A flock of birds crosses overhead, black specks against the pale sky. You wonder where they'll find warmth tonight. Then you look down at your hands, rough, cracked, caked with dirt, and think of how they've learned to shape survival out of nothing. Oddly, there's pride in that. Scholars still argue whether medieval people found meaning in work or simply endured it, but you know the truth is both. Endurance is its own quiet kind of faith. After lunch, you help repair a broken fence near the pasture. The wood is splintered, the nails rusted. You and another man take turns hammering, while a third holds the posts steady. The sound of metal on wood echoes across the fields, rhythmic and steady. When you finish, the fence stands uneven but strong enough. Perfection has no place here. Function is its own beauty. You notice a small boy watching you from the distance, his face half hidden behind a bundle of sticks. You wave, and he grins before darting away toward the village. It's a fleeting moment, but it feels like hope, like a reminder that someone will remember all this, even if not in words. Oddly, you think about how history is built on unnoticed moments like this. Scholars still argue whether common life leaves a trace at all, but maybe the trace isn't in books. It's in habits, echoes, the way people keep going. As the afternoon drags on, your muscles ache, your breath grows heavier, and your thoughts drift. You start to think of the fire waiting for you, the faint sweetness of ale, the sound of laughter in the tavern. The light begins to dim, shadows stretching long and cold. You finish your last task and stand still for a while, looking across the field. The land lies quiet, stripped bare, yet full of promise. Every furrow, every line in the soil feels like a memory of effort, an invisible testament to survival. You gather your tools and walk back toward the village, the sky slowly shifting from blue to gray. Smoke rises again from chimneys, and a faint smell of stew drifts on the wind. Your steps quicken at the thought. The sound of life draws you in, the murmur of voices, the clatter of pots, the bark of a distant dog. Inside your small home, the warmth hits you like a blessing. You hang your cloak, set down your tools, and sit close to the fire. The flames lick upward, orange and alive, painting your tired face in flickering light. You take a slow sip of ale and close your eyes for a moment. The ache in your back, the cold still trapped in your fingers, it all feels earned. Oddly, you realize that the day's exhaustion has its own comfort. It's proof you've lived another day, done what needed to be done. Scholars still argue whether medieval people measured happiness in survival or in faith, but maybe happiness was simply this: being able to sit by the fire at night and feel the warmth seep into your bones. The world outside fades into quiet again, and you drift into thought, soft, slow, and steady. Another night will come soon too, and you'll survive that one too. By the time dusk folds over the village, the light turns soft and amber, like the world itself is sighing into rest. You watch it fade from your doorway, the last streaks of gold melting into blue, the air cooling so quickly that your breath fogs in long, lazy trails. Somewhere, a bell tolls, signaling the day's end. You pull your cloak tighter and step into the evening, boots scuffing over the dirt path as you follow the familiar murmur of voices toward the tavern. The building stands at the edge of the square, its walls leaning slightly, its roof patched and uneven, yet it glows like a beacon in the dark. Lanterns swinging from the eaves, smoke curling from the chimney, laughter spilling into the cold. The closer you get, the warmer the air feels.
It's the kind of place where exhaustion turns to comfort simply because everyone else is tired too. Oddly, that shared fatigue feels like companionship. Scholars still argue whether taverns in the Middle Ages were centers of rebellion or just rest stops for weary souls, but tonight it feels like sanctuary. You push open the wooden door and warmth rushes over you. Firelight, sweat, roasted meat, ale. The smell hits first, thick and comforting, layered with smoke and humanity. Inside, people sit shoulder to shoulder, faces flushed from drink and laughter. The fire in the hearth roars like it has something to prove, its light bouncing off mugs and the rough-hewn beams overhead. You find a seat on a bench near the back, nodding to a few familiar faces. A woman passes with a jug of ale, her hand steady despite the chaos. You hold out your cup, and she fills it without a word, offering a quick smile before moving on. You lift it to your lips, the bitter taste familiar and grounding. The warmth slides down your throat, chasing away the cold that's been clinging to your ribs all day. Around you, conversations overlap like layers of song. Two men argue softly about the harvest. Another tells a joke that earns a round of laughter. Someone begins humming a tune, low and uneven, but others join in until it becomes a kind of rough melody. You lean back, letting the sound wash over you. It's messy and human and perfect. Oddly, you realize the noise doesn't disturb you. It soothes you. A lullaby made of lives lived close together. Scholars still debate whether communal spaces like these bred unity or gossip, but maybe they simply kept people from going mad in the silence of winter. A man across from you leans forward, eyes bright from drink. "You hear about old Thomas?" he says, slurring just a little. "Swears he saw lights in the woods last night." Someone laughs. "Aye, he saw lights all right, probably in his own head." But you've seen strange things too. Shapes moving in fog, whispers in the trees when the moon is high. Maybe imagination is just another way to survive the dark. You smile but say nothing, letting the story grow in your mind. Scholars still argue whether medieval people truly believed in spirits or simply needed to, but you know belief keeps the night a little less lonely. Another song begins, this one louder, steadier. You find yourself tapping your foot to the rhythm, the ale loosening your shoulders. The fire crackles in time, and for a moment, it feels like the room itself is alive, breathing, singing, glowing. You glance around, faces flushed, hands gesturing mid-story, eyes gleaming in the flicker of light. Everyone here has worked, hurt, worried, and yet for this brief slice of night, no one talks about the cold or the hunger or the endless toil, just laughter, just sound. Oddly, that feels like rebellion. Scholars still argue whether laughter was rare in medieval life, but here, it's as necessary as bread. Someone claps you on the shoulder, a friend, maybe, or just someone happy enough to pretend. "Another drink?" they ask, already pouring. You laugh and accept. The second cup burns warmer, and the edges of the world start to blur pleasantly. The stories grow louder, the songs bolder. The tavern fills with that rare sense of abundance, not of wealth, but of presence. Hours pass without you noticing. The fire dips lower, glowing red and soft. The crowd thins as people stumble home, pulling cloaks tight, still laughing under their breath. You linger for a while, staring at the last flames and listening to the low crackle of embers. It's quieter now, almost peaceful. The woman who served you earlier wipes tables nearby, humming softly to herself. You catch her eye, nod in thanks, and she smiles back, small, tired, real. Finally, you stand, joints creaking, and step outside. The night greets you with a rush of cold so sharp it feels clean. The village is silent again, the kind of silence that presses gently against your ears. Overhead, the sky is a deep black bowl scattered with stars, impossibly clear. You breathe it in, the air tasting of frost and wood smoke, and something older. Oddly, you feel lighter. The laughter, the stories, the fire, they've settled somewhere deep in you, a quiet warmth that will outlast the night. Scholars still argue whether joy was rare in the harshness of the Middle Ages, but you know it was never gone. It lived here, in these small moments, fleeting, fragile, fiercely human. You walk home slowly, each step crunching over frost, each breath a small cloud in the dark. When you reach your door, you pause, looking up once more at the stars. Then you smile, a soft, sleepy smile, and step inside. The fire from earlier still flickers faintly, enough to light the room in amber shadows. You sit beside it, remove your boots, and stretch your legs toward the warmth. Your eyes grow heavy. Outside, the wind hums low through the trees, but it's a gentle sound now, more lullaby than warning. And as your head tilts forward, the last thing you think before sleep takes you is how remarkable it is that somehow, against all odds, this quiet, ordinary life feels like enough.
The village lies still under a thick blanket of night, the kind that muffles footsteps and swallows sound. You've drifted back to your cottage, the warmth of the fire wrapping around you like a familiar cloak. Outside, the wind moves through the bare trees, whispering in hollow tones, and the stars hang cold and indifferent. Your eyelids grow heavy, but before sleep can claim you fully, your mind wanders to the stories whispered long ago, in the dark corners of cottages like yours. Tales of spirits, witches, and creatures that wait for the unwary. Oddly, the fear is comforting. It gives shape to the invisible, a small way to measure the night. Scholars still argue whether medieval superstition controlled villagers or protected them, but lying here, it feels like both. You close your eyes, and the room blurs into dream. You find yourself walking alone through the frozen forest beyond the village, snow crunching underfoot. The trees stand like silent sentinels, frost sparkling on their branches, shadows stretching in impossible directions. The air tastes of ice and pine, sharp and clean. Ahead, a figure moves, a woman in a gray cloak, face hidden, hands glinting with lantern light. You call out, but she doesn't answer. Her presence feels familiar, though you can't place her. Oddly, you aren't afraid, only curious. Scholars still argue whether dreams in the Middle Ages were prophetic or purely imaginative, but this one feels charged with warning and promise both. The figure stops by a frozen stream, looking down at the ice. Something beneath the surface glimmers faintly, like gold buried in darkness. You step closer, heart quickened, toes slipping on the frost. A voice, soft, distant, unplaceable, echoes in your mind. Remember, warmth is more than fire. You shiver despite your cloak, unsure if it's cold or revelation. Oddly, the warning feels like comfort too, as though knowing it is half the battle. Scholars still debate whether medieval dreams served as moral guides or mere amusements, but here it seems both, a riddle meant to anchor you to life and caution you against carelessness. Suddenly, the figure turns and you catch a glimpse of her face. Your own, older, more lined, eyes deep with experience. The reflection is uncanny, a silent reminder that time waits for no one, not in the fields, not in the cottages, not in the frost. You want to speak, but the words vanish before leaving your lips. Oddly, the silence feels like a gift. Scholars still argue whether visions in dreams were spiritual messages or the mind's recycling of daily toil, but sometimes the boundary between them doesn't matter. The stream begins to move, ice cracking softly as water flows beneath, whispering secrets you cannot yet understand. The woman, or yourself, points and you follow, stepping carefully over frozen branches and hidden roots. The path leads to a clearing where the moonlight falls in thick silver slabs. Snow muffles everything, making your steps sound like whispers. Oddly, the quiet makes the world feel vast and intimate at the same time, a paradox that humbles even the hardest body. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers saw the natural world as alive or merely a backdrop, but here, alive or not, it feels responsive, patient, and wise. You bend to touch the snow, cold seeping through your gloves, and notice small tracks, tiny, delicate, perhaps fox or rabbit. The footprints lead to the edge of the forest, then disappear into shadow. You follow them instinctively, each step measured, cautious, aware. A faint light glows ahead, warm and inviting like a fire hidden in the wilderness. Oddly, it's reassuring, as if the world is offering a hand to steady you against the chill. Scholars still argue whether medieval people interpreted animal tracks as messages or omens, but now you understand both. Warning and invitation can coexist. The figure steps aside, and you see the source of the glow. A simple stone hut, smoke curling gently from a chimney, its doors slightly ajar. The warmth radiates even before you enter. You pause, listening. Inside, faint laughter and the smell of cooking reach your nose. Oddly, it feels like returning home even though you've never been here before. Scholars still debate whether dreams mirrored daily life or invented new worlds, but sometimes it's both, the heart recognizing a truth it can't name. You step forward, letting the cold slip off you like water, and the hut opens fully to you. The fire crackles, shadows dancing across walls lined with herbs, simple tools, and shelves of mysterious jars. You feel the night's tension melt as you settle close to the hearth. The figure sits opposite you, and though the face remains shadowed, you feel understood. Oddly, the world seems quieter now, softer, almost pliable. Scholars still argue whether dream guidance shaped medieval choices, but lying here, you sense that wisdom can come from anywhere, even from the deep hum of night itself. Sleep finally claims you, slow and untroubled, the fire's warmth wrapping around your dreams, steadying your heart, promising that dawn will come and you will rise again. Morning arrives quietly, almost shyly, slipping into the village like a whispered secret. You open your eyes to gray light filtering through frost-crusted shutters, the kind that paints everything in muted silver and pale blue. Outside, the wind moves softly through the bare branches, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from neighboring cottages. You stretch, joints stiff but awake, and pull your cloak around your shoulders. The world is still cold, but it's alive in a way the night never was. Sound, movement, and light coexisting in delicate balance. You step outside, boots crunching over frost-hardened earth, breath trailing behind you like smoke. Villagers are already stirring. You hear the soft clatter of buckets, the murmur of voices, and the occasional bark of a dog shaking off sleep. Some have started work, tending animals, checking fences, or preparing firewood for the day. Oddly, the cold doesn't seem to dampen their resolve. It sharpens it. Scholars still debate whether medieval people endured hardships out of necessity or character, but watching the village wake, it's clear that both drive them. The smell of earth and wood smoke fills your lungs as you make your way to the well. Water glints in the early light, ice forming thin filigree along the edges. You lower your bucket, the rope creaking, and draw up clear, cold water that smells faintly metallic. A few villagers nod in greeting, their expressions tired but steady. One child waves, cheeks red from frost, bundled in layers too large for their small frame. Oddly, their presence feels like a promise that life continues even when it's hard.
Scholars still argue whether children in the Middle Ages truly experienced childhood or were miniature laborers, but watching them, it's hard to imagine a world without their fleeting joy. Back in your cottage, you rekindled the fire. The flames sputter at first, then roar, throwing dancing shadows across the walls. You feel the heat seep slowly into your bones, a balm after the cold morning air. Breakfast is simple, gruel or porridge, perhaps a wedge of cheese if you're lucky, but it tastes like nourishment and security all at once. Oddly, the simplest meals often bring the deepest comfort. Scholars still debate whether medieval diets were monotonous or surprisingly varied, but you know the answer lies somewhere in between, adequate enough to sustain, yet humble enough to teach gratitude. After breakfast, you dress for the day ahead. Layers of wool, leather boots, gloves, and a thick cloak that's seen better winters. Each piece has its place, its history, its reason for being. Oddly, even worn and patched, these garments feel protective beyond their material. They are your shield against the world's cold indifference. Scholars still argue whether medieval clothing was about necessity or status, but right now, it is purely functional. Warmth, safety, survival. Stepping outside again, the village is fully awake now. Smoke rises in lazy spirals, animals stir in stalls, and distant voices carry across the crisp morning air. You take your place among the other workers, the rhythm of labor resuming seamlessly, the swing of tools, the shuffle of boots, the occasional laugh or complaint. Oddly, there's a meditation in this repetition, an assurance that even harshness has order. Scholars still debate whether medieval life left room for reflection, but watching hands move in practiced rhythm, it seems reflection is embedded in work itself. By midday, the frost begins to loosen, revealing dark, rich soil beneath. You pause for a moment to look across the fields, appreciating the subtle beauty, the way sunlight catches on icy patches, the angles of trees against the sky, the quiet dignity in the labor around you. Survival here is unglamorous, measured in breaths, movements, and the patience to endure. Oddly, the very ordinariness of it is what makes it remarkable. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants recognized their own resilience, but the truth is visible in every furrow turned, every fire stoked, every small act that keeps life going. As the day continues, you notice the small gestures that make it bearable. A shared loaf of bread, the exchange of a joke, a helping hand when lifting a heavy bundle. Oddly, these moments feel larger than any feast, more sustaining than any luxury. Scholars still debate whether communal solidarity shaped village life more than laws or lords, but in this moment, it is undeniable. Survival is woven from human connection as much as from toil. The afternoon sun casts long shadows, signaling the approach of evening. Your body aches pleasantly from work, a subtle reminder that you've been part of the world today, shaping it, even if only slightly. You glance toward the horizon where smoke curls from distant cottages and feel a quiet pride in being alive, being here, being able to endure. Oddly, you think survival might be less about resisting the cold and more about noticing warmth wherever it appears. Scholars still argue whether endurance breeds contentment or only prepares for suffering. But at this moment, it's hard to tell the difference, and it doesn't matter. You set your tools aside and begin the walk home. The village smells of wood smoke, earth, and the faint sweetness of cooked vegetables. Shadows lengthen, merging with the first hints of night. You pause at your door, looking out over fields and cottages alike. Another day has passed, and you've survived it, again. Oddly, there's comfort in knowing that this rhythm, cold, work, warmth, will return tomorrow, unchanged and predictable. Scholars still debate whether medieval peasants lived in fear or acceptance of daily life. But here, acceptance seems enough. You step inside, the fire already welcoming you back. Your hands warm, your chest relaxes, and the village hums faintly through the walls. Tonight will come soon, and with it, Another chance for rest, stories, and the gentle lull of human perseverance.
Evening drifts over the village slowly, carrying a chill that seeps through every gap in wood and cloth. You step outside, boots crunching softly on the frost-hardened earth, and take a deep breath of the cold air. The day's work has left your muscles pleasantly sore, a reminder that you've moved, labored, endured. Smoke curls lazily from chimneys, mingling with the faint scent of burning wood, hay, and the first hints of evening stew. Oddly, the mixture smells like life itself, messy, persistent, and comforting. Scholars still debate whether medieval evenings were simply pauses or held spiritual significance, but right now it feels like a gift of quiet. The first task is always the animals. You check the livestock, brushing straw over hooves and ensuring each creature has shelter from the cold. The goats huddle together, the chickens rustle under their coop, and the oxen stamp their feet against the frozen floor. Oddly, you take comfort in their routines. They are simple, honest, and unaffected by worry. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers prioritized animal care out of necessity or affection, but it's clear both motives intertwine seamlessly. Back inside, the fire glows low in the hearth. You tend it, coaxing orange veins to life again, while preparing a modest meal. Porridge, roots, perhaps a bit of salted meat. Plain, sustaining, and familiar. You eat slowly, savoring warmth as much as taste, letting the ritual mark the passage from day to night. Oddly, even the most mundane acts feel layered with meaning when cold and darkness press against your bones. Scholars still debate whether food was viewed primarily as survival or as a small celebration, but tonight it's both. The village begins to quiet as people finish their own routines. Doors close softly, and the faint laughter of children dwindles in the distance. Somewhere an animal whimpers in a stall, and a faint bell rings the hour from the church tower. You pause and listen, appreciating the orchestration of life: labor, rest, survival. Oddly, it is humbling to witness the same patterns repeated every day, unchanged, yet somehow miraculous. Scholars still argue whether medieval life allowed reflection or simply enforced it, but tonight reflection feels like a companion. By now the cold has deepened, slipping through boots, gloves, and cloaks. You pull a thick blanket around your shoulders and sit close to the fire. The flames dance in slow arcs, painting shadows on walls lined with simple tools and jars. You watch them flicker, letting your mind wander between thought and half-sleep. Oddly, the world feels suspended here, balanced between warmth and cold, labor and rest. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers found solace in firelight or merely tolerated it, but sitting here, you feel a kind of quiet gratitude. As the night deepens further, you pause to listen to the wind outside, humming softly through cracks and trees. It is not threatening, only persistent, like a low chant accompanying the rhythms of your own life. You remember tales of spirits who walked the village after dark, of cold winds that carried warnings, and of ancestors who kept their homes warm against harsh winters. Oddly, these stories, half fear, half instruction, no longer frighten you. They feel like a map for endurance. Scholars still argue whether folklore guided behavior or entertained minds. But tonight it shapes your awareness, keeps the night company, and reminds you of continuity. Finally, your meal eaten and animals tended, you sit in quiet reflection. The fire crackles gently, and your eyes grow heavy. Outside, the wind slows, the village exhales, and the night folds over the world. Oddly, survival doesn't feel like mere resistance anymore. It feels like participation, a slow, deliberate rhythm of warmth, work, and watchfulness that threads together past, present, and tomorrow. Scholars still debate whether medieval people valued sleep for rest or dreams, but here both intertwine seamlessly. You settle fully into your blanket, feeling warmth seep into fingers and toes, and let your thoughts drift toward dreams. Outside, the wind hums a lullaby, steady and low. The fire's last sparks glow like tiny stars in the dim room. And as your eyes close,
You realize that the quiet, the ritual, and the cold have all conspired to teach something subtle but vital. Surviving the harsh Middle Ages was not merely enduring, it was learning to inhabit the night with patience and care.
Midnight arrives in a hushed, almost reverent manner. The village is wrapped in darkness, the kind that swallows details and stretches shadows into soft, indistinct shapes. You lie in your bed, cocooned in blankets, the fire now a low, flickering glow, just enough to throw dancing light across the walls. The world outside is silent, save for the occasional creak of wood or distant howl of a dog. Oddly, this silence doesn't feel empty. It feels alive, like the universe is holding its breath with you. Scholars still debate whether medieval nights were feared or cherished, but lying here, it feels both, a mixture of anticipation and repose. You close your eyes and drift into a half-dream, half-awake state. Thoughts of the day swirl gently, interspersed with fragments of memory and imagination. The animals you tended, the laughter in the tavern, the rhythmic swing of tools, all of it folds into one continuous tapestry of survival and quiet triumph. Oddly, it feels comforting to remember that survival is stitched from repeated small acts, each one insignificant alone, yet monumental together. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers consciously noted these patterns or lived them unconsciously, but the rhythm is undeniable. From the bed, you glance at the window. The moon hangs high, pale and steady, illuminating frost-crusted rooftops and glinting on frozen puddles. You imagine the villagers who are still awake, perhaps tending fires, checking doors, whispering prayers, or simply watching the night settle over the world. Each person exists in parallel survival, connected invisibly by the shared challenge of cold and darkness. Oddly, it's reassuring to think of others navigating their own nights, hearts beating in sync with your own. Scholars still debate whether community was built more by daylight labor or shared nocturnal rituals, but the connection feels tangible here in the quiet. Your mind drifts to superstition, something whispered, feared, and sometimes celebrated in cottages like yours. A fleeting thought of wandering spirits or forest phantoms passes, but instead of dread, you feel intrigue. Stories told by ancestors had layers: entertainment, warning, guidance. Oddly, these tales seem to mirror your dreams, shaping a cautious respect for the dark while allowing space for curiosity. Scholars still argue whether medieval superstition was controlling or protective, but the night teaches you that perhaps it was both. You shift slightly, stretching tired limbs and listening to the subtle sounds around you. The low crackle of the fire, the sighing of the wooden walls, the faint whistle of wind through eaves. Oddly, every sound feels like a companion. Scholars still debate whether nocturnal observation sharpened medieval awareness or fed anxiety. But tonight, attentiveness feels like serenity. Each noise is a reminder that the world continues while you rest, that life is active even when you are still. In your half-sleep, you imagine wandering the village streets. Cobblestones glisten with frost, the smell of wood smoke and cold earth fills the air. A lantern swings in the distance, casting long, wavering shadows. You pass familiar cottages, each a tiny fortress against winter's grip, and you sense that everyone inside is performing their own quiet rituals of care, stoking fires, closing shutters, whispering small prayers. Oddly, the unseen lives of others feel as vivid as your own, a network of endurance that stretches across the sleeping village. Scholars still argue whether humans naturally empathized with distant neighbors in medieval times, but you feel it now, instinctively. Your half-dream turns to reflection. The day's labor, the tavern's warmth, and the evening rituals have one thing in common: attention. To survive, people must notice the cold, the fire, the neighbors, the animals, the food. Each detail matters. Oddly, the same applies to your own night. Awareness, small actions, and quiet vigilance are survival, even in sleep. Scholars still debate whether medieval mindfulness existed consciously, but it manifests unmistakably in life threaded by hardship and care. Finally, your breathing slows, the fire burns lower,
and the night settles like a soft quilt around the village. Oddly, the darkness no longer feels threatening. It hums gently, steady as your heartbeat, a lullaby made of shadows and frost and history. Scholars still argue whether darkness inspired fear or reflection, but for you, it brings both: a moment of calm, a space to rest, and the assurance that survival continues quietly with each breath. Before dawn, the world feels suspended between sleep and waking, a fragile threshold where the village holds its breath. You lie in bed, listening to the soft creaks and sighs of the cottage, the faint rustle of animals in their stalls, and the distant hush of wind moving through bare trees. Oddly, the night still feels alive, charged with quiet energy, as though the darkness itself is aware of your presence. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers considered these hours sacred or merely idle, but the air feels reverent, as if time itself pauses here. You rise slowly, pulling your woolen cloak tight around your shoulders. The floorboards groan beneath your boots, each sound amplified in the stillness. Outside, frost sparkles faintly on rooftops, catching the first hints of light before the sun rises. You walk to the door and step into the crisp pre-dawn air, your breath curling in slow clouds. Oddly, the cold feels invigorating, like a reminder that you are alive and alert, and that another day of endurance awaits. Scholars still argue whether early morning labor was exhausting or exhilarating for medieval villagers, but it seems to carry both, depending on perspective. At the well, a few figures already stir. A woman carries a bucket, her breath misting in the frigid air, and a man sweeps snow from the path, each motion deliberate, almost ritualistic. You nod to them. Greetings are exchanged in soft murmurs. Oddly, there is a quiet beauty in this muted choreography, a harmony that binds the village together without ceremony or demand. Scholars still debate whether communal labor shaped social bonds or merely met practical needs. But watching the small group, it's clear that both are inseparable. The air is heavy with the scent of frozen earth and wood smoke. You draw water from the well, the rope creaking as it releases the bucket. A thin layer of ice lines the surface, which you break carefully before filling your vessel. Oddly, each motion feels symbolic, breaking the ice to access life, exerting effort to secure warmth, turning daily necessity into small acts of triumph. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers imbued daily chores with ritual meaning, but here every motion seems deliberate, almost meditative. Walking back to your cottage, you notice the first birds beginning to stir, their calls sharp against the muted village. The rooftops glimmer with frost, and smoke curls in lazy spirals from chimneys, soft as drawn-out music. Oddly, these small signs of life, fire, frost, birdsong, feel like proof that survival continues, a quiet affirmation that every effort the night demanded has been worthwhile. Scholars still debate whether medieval people saw dawn as mere illumination or as a spiritual renewal, but it is undeniably hopeful. Inside, the fire is rekindled, sparks flicking and hissing as you blow gently to revive it. You sit close, letting the heat creep into your fingers, toes, and chest. Breakfast is simple: porridge, bread, and a bit of cheese. But the warmth it brings is enormous. Oddly, nourishment feels intertwined with ritual. Each bite is a mark of resilience, a daily affirmation that you've begun another day successfully. Scholars still argue whether meals were purely sustenance or part of psychological survival, but right now it feels like both.
By the time the sun peaks above the horizon, the village has fully awakened. Smoke trails rise steadily, animals stir, and distant footsteps echo on frozen paths. You gather your tools for the day, pull your cloak tight, and step into the morning light. Oddly, after night and pre-dawn, the day feels less like a challenge and more like a continuation, a rhythm to match the one you've already begun mastering. Scholars still debate whether medieval endurance was learned or innate, but observing the waking village, it is clearly a blend of both. Each breath, each motion, each glance at frost-crusted rooftops reminds you survival is not sudden heroism, but a slow, deliberate thread, woven through cold, work, and warmth. And as you step fully into the day, the air biting at your cheeks, you carry the quiet knowledge that the night's lessons persist. Patience, observation, and gratitude are as vital as fire and food.
The morning deepens, spreading pale light across frost-lined fields and rooftops. You move through the village with a quiet purpose, boots crunching softly over frozen earth. The air carries a mixture of scents, wood smoke, damp soil, and the faint tang of livestock. Oddly, the cold seems sharper now that the sun rises, almost as if the light amplifies the chill. Scholars still debate whether medieval mornings were dreaded for their frost or celebrated for their clarity. But in this hour, you feel both, a shivering awareness and a sense of renewal. The first task is always the animals. You check the goats, brushing straw between their coats to provide warmth. Chickens pack at scraps in the yard, their soft clucks mingling with the low murmurs of cows and the occasional bray from a donkey. Oddly, caring for them feels like a small meditation. The rhythm of feeding, brushing, and listening establishes a quiet order in the midst of winter's disorder. Scholars still argue whether animal husbandry was purely practical or had emotional significance for villagers, but the tenderness in your touch suggests both. Once the livestock is tended, you make your way to the fields, frost glinting on the furrows like tiny crystals. The soil is stubborn under the spade, frozen in clumps that resist every effort. You swing the tool carefully, muscles straining but accustomed to the repetition. Oddly, the labor carries a strange comfort. Every motion affirms life, persistence, and endurance. Scholars still debate whether medieval work was grueling or spiritually grounding, but here it seems inseparable, a fusion of necessity and quiet reflection. You notice the other villagers beginning their own routines. A woman carries water to the laundry area, careful not to spill a drop, while a man repairs a fence with meticulous care. Children scurry between cottages, delivering small messages or feeding animals under watchful eyes. Oddly, the coordination of so many lives, each performing its small duty, feels like a silent symphony of survival. Scholars still argue whether village cooperation arose from obligation or community spirit, but observing it, the distinction fades. By mid-morning, frost has softened under the sun, revealing dark, rich earth ready for cultivation. You pause briefly to survey your work and the fields beyond. The lines of furrows stretch in uneven perfection, a testament to persistence rather than skill alone. Oddly, there is pride in this quiet accomplishment. The land itself seems to acknowledge effort, even in the harshest conditions. Scholars still debate whether medieval peasants felt ownership or stewardship over their plots, but care is evident regardless. Lunch is taken by the edge of the fields, a modest meal wrapped in cloth. Bread, cheese, and perhaps a small piece of salted meat, eaten slowly while leaning against a fence. Oddly, the simplicity of it feels profound. Every bite carries the weight of survival, the satisfaction of hunger met without excess. Scholars still argue whether meals were primarily functional or celebratory, but here,
Food carries both purpose and pleasure. The afternoon begins with repairs and small projects, mending tools, clearing pathways, and checking water containers for ice. Each task is unglamorous, but necessary. Oddly, performing them steadily produces a sense of calm, an assurance that control exists, however small, over a harsh world. Scholars still debate whether medieval labor created autonomy or merely maintained subsistence, but in practice, it seems to create a rhythm that sustains both body and mind. By late afternoon, the light softens, casting long shadows across the village. You pause to look at the cottages, the smoke rising from chimneys, and the muted chatter of neighbors finishing tasks. Oddly, it's in these moments of observation that endurance feels most tangible. The simple act of noticing becomes part of survival, a quiet acknowledgement of continuity. Scholars still argue whether reflection was deliberate or incidental in peasant life. But here, awareness itself becomes a form of nourishment. As the day wanes, you gather tools and prepare to return home. Frost begins to settle again, signaling the approach of another cold night. Oddly, despite exhaustion, there is comfort in the rhythm. Work, care, observation, and warmth. A cycle as predictable as the seasons, and as just as vital. Scholars still debate whether predictability brought peace or monotony, but you feel only the reassurance of continuity. Evening settles over the village like a thick, cold blanket, the sun dipping low and casting long, soft shadows across frost-laden fields. You return from the day's labor, boots heavy with mud and fingers stiff from work. The air smells of wood smoke and earth, mingling in a way that feels like home. Oddly, even as the cold presses against your skin, there is comfort in the rhythm. Another day survived, another night to endure. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers found solace in evening routines or merely tolerated them, but you feel a quiet contentment in the predictability. The first task is always the animals. You check each stall, ensuring the straw is thick, the water unfrozen, and every creature settled for the night. The goats huddled together for warmth, chickens cluck softly in their coop, and the oxen stamp their hooves impatiently. Oddly, tending them feels meditative, a repetition that quiets your mind even as it occupies your body. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers experienced emotional attachment to livestock or saw them purely as resources, but care is evident in every motion. Back inside your cottage, the fire has dwindled to glowing embers. You add wood carefully, coaxing the flames back to life without letting them roar too high. The light flickers across the walls, casting familiar shadows that dance in rhythm with the fire's crackle. Oddly, these shadows feel alive, companions in the stillness of night, reminding you that even in solitude, the world is never completely empty. Scholars still debate whether firelight was comforting or intimidating for medieval people, but tonight it brings only warmth and calm. Dinner is simple but sustaining. Porridge, thickened with bits of root vegetables, a small piece of cheese, and perhaps a sip of ale. You eat slowly, appreciating each bite, letting warmth fill your chest and ease the ache of muscles worked through the day. Oddly, the simplicity of the meal magnifies its comfort, nothing extravagant, yet completely sufficient. Scholars still argue whether peasant meals were monotonous or varied seasonally, but for now the food feels exactly right. Functional, sustaining, and quietly satisfying. After eating, you tidy your tools, sweep the floor, and prepare the few essentials for tomorrow. The world outside darkens further, shadows deepening, and a chill seeps through every crack in the walls. Oddly, preparation itself feels protective, a ritual that transforms anxiety into action. Scholars still debate whether evening chores were pragmatic or symbolic, but performing them grounds you in survival, giving the night structure. At the hearth, you settle with a small blanket, letting its warmth seep slowly into fingers and toes. The fire crackles low, steady,
a comforting companion as you reflect on the day. Memories of labor, laughter in the tavern, and fleeting moments of beauty drift through your mind. Oddly, these recollections feel like treasure, tiny jewels strung together to form a larger narrative of endurance. Scholars still argue whether memory preserved peasant experience or obscured hardship, but tonight it offers solace. Outside, the wind hums softly through bare trees, a lullaby that accompanies the night. You glance at the frost-covered windows, the glow of distant cottages, and the subtle sparkle of stars overhead. Oddly, the cold and quiet feel like part of the rhythm of life, not an adversary. Scholars still debate whether the night inspired fear or reflection in medieval villagers, but here it seems to do both, challenging and comforting in tandem. Finally, you draw the blanket closer, close your eyes, and allow the rhythm of night to lull you. Every creak of the cottage, every soft whistle of wind, every faint echo from the village carries a gentle reminder. Life persists, warmth can be found, and survival continues quietly, steadily, unbroken. Oddly, there is peace in repetition, in routine, and in the small, persistent acts that stitch one night to the next. Scholars still argue whether endurance brings satisfaction or merely ensures survival. But tonight, it brings both.
The deep night stretches over the village like a velvet blanket, heavy but soft, muffling almost every sound. You lie in bed, cocooned in layers of wool, firelight dwindling to faint amber glows across the walls. Outside, the wind hums low through the eaves, carrying with it the faint scent of snow and wood smoke. Oddly, the night no longer feels threatening. It feels patient, waiting alongside you, holding space for rest and reflection. Scholars still debate whether medieval people feared these hours or embraced them as sacred, but in this silence, you sense both. Your mind drifts freely between waking and sleeping, weaving fragments of the day together. The frost-crusted fields, the weight of tools, the warmth of hearths, the shared laughter in cottages and taverns. Each memory seems magnified in the stillness, small details standing out like stars in the darkness. Oddly, this introspection is soothing, a quiet way to honor what was endured, learned, and noticed. Scholars still debate whether medieval people consciously reflected or simply existed in rhythm, but here, reflection flows naturally. A faint rattle reaches your ears, the settling of the cottage, perhaps the wind catching the shutters, or an animal moving in its stall. You draw a deep breath and imagine the village asleep but alive, cottages breathing, fires glowing, animals curling for warmth. Oddly, the invisible presence of others gives a strange comfort, as if endurance is shared, even when solitude is inevitable. Scholars still debate whether such awareness fostered community or anxiety, but tonight it fosters calm. In your half-dream, you wander the village streets. Lanterns hang dimly, casting long shadows across frost-covered cobblestones. You pass familiar cottages, each glowing faintly in welcoming warmth. A faint sound, perhaps a child's muffled laughter, a dog stirring, echoes in the night, grounding your dream in something both real and imagined. Oddly, the distinction doesn't matter. The world feels complete, continuous, and alive. Scholars still argue whether dreams mirrored daily life or created symbolic practice, but your mind weaves both effortlessly. You recall tales whispered by elders of spirits wandering the woods or omens carried by cold winds. The fear that might have once gripped you now feels like curiosity, a puzzle rather than a threat. Oddly, these stories offer lessons for endurance as much as entertainment, teaching caution and awareness without panic. Scholars still argue whether superstition was practical, moral, or purely fantastical, but in this deep night, it serves as quiet guidance. Shifting under your blankets, you let your thoughts roam to the day ahead, tending animals, checking fences, preparing meals. Each task is mapped in your mind, not with anxiety, but with anticipation. Oddly, planning feels an act of survival, a ritual that gives shape to uncertainty, reminding you that preparation is as much protection as fire or food. Scholars still argue whether foresight in daily chores was conscious strategy or ingrained habit, but here it feels deliberate. The wind outside hums a low, steady note, joining the soft crackle of embers in a gentle lullaby. You focus on the warmth creeping into your fingers and toes, the slow rhythm of your heartbeat, and the quiet continuity of life in the village. Oddly, endurance itself becomes tangible in these moments, less about resisting hardship and more about inhabiting it fully, with awareness, patience, and quiet grace. Scholars still debate whether medieval life taught acceptance or only survival, but lying here, it feels like both. Finally, your breathing deepens, eyes close, and the fire dims to embers, leaving shadows that sway like gentle waves. The village sleeps around you, alive in quiet pulses, and you drift into slumber fully, carrying the lessons of the night, vigilance, observation, and the enduring warmth of small, deliberate acts. Oddly, survival has become a companion, soft and persistent, humming through the darkness as you rest.
Pre-dawn light creeps quietly across the village, brushing frost-crusted rooftops with a delicate silver glow. You wake slowly, muscles stiff but warmed from layered blankets, the embers of the fire glowing faintly beside your bed. Outside, the wind carries a crisp tang of snow and earth, stirring leaves long dead from their branches. Oddly, the cold feels sharper in this early light, invigorating rather than punishing, a reminder that another day of work awaits. Scholars still debate whether medieval people cherished early mornings or endured them begrudgingly, but here the moment feels purposeful and calm. You rise and dress in familiar layers of wool, leather, and thick cloaks, each garment worn and patched with care. The routine is comforting, a small ritual that signals readiness for the day. Oddly, even in its mundanity, preparation carries quiet power, an armor against frost, fatigue, and uncertainty. Scholars still argue whether medieval dressing was dictated by necessity or social expectation, but today it is purely practical, warmth and survival. Your first steps outside bring the soft crunch of frost beneath boots. A thin mist hovers over fields, and the faint silhouettes of villagers moving through their own routines are visible in the morning haze. One man hauls water from the well, careful to avoid slipping, while a child carefully carries straw to the livestock. Oddly, the shared rhythm of these small tasks feels like an invisible thread connecting everyone to each other and to the day ahead. Scholars still debate whether communal labor was primarily practical or forged social bonds, but observing them, both purposes are evident. At the edge of the fields, frost sparkles like scattered diamonds, each flake unique yet fleeting. You draw a deep breath, savoring the stillness before labor begins in earnest. Oddly, this pause feels more valuable than any meal.
It's a moment to acknowledge the fragility and resilience of life, a balance between effort and observation. Scholars still argue whether such moments of reflection were consciously appreciated, but in practice, they anchor endurance and patience. Your tasks for the morning are familiar: tending animals, checking fences, and preparing soil for planting. Every motion is deliberate, shaped by necessity and habit. Oddly, even the repetition becomes meditative, each swing of a tool, each careful motion reinforcing the continuity of life. Scholars still debate whether medieval labor was mindless drudgery or a source of mindfulness, but standing in the frost-bitten earth, it feels undeniably mindful. By mid-morning, the frost begins to soften under the rising sun. You pause briefly to survey the fields, the cottages, and the rising smoke from chimneys. Each detail affirms persistence. The villagers, the animals, the land, and yourself, all enduring the cold together. Oddly, endurance feels like a shared secret, an unspoken acknowledgement of resilience embedded in daily routine. Scholars still argue whether medieval communities recognize their own perseverance, but the evidence is visible in every thoughtful action, no matter how small. As the morning continues, the village comes alive in hushed movement. Animals call softly, doors open and close, voices murmur greetings. Oddly, this orchestration of ordinary life, repeated daily, feels miraculous. Scholars still debate whether structure or unpredictability defined medieval peasant life, but here it is the structure, the rhythm of survival, that feels sustaining. With each passing hour, you notice the small victories: frozen water cleared from troughs, paths shoveled, tools repaired. Oddly, these accomplishments, so ordinary, feel triumphant against the persistent cold. Scholars still argue whether small daily acts contributed to psychological resilience, but watching your hands at work, the answer is clear: they do. Midday settles over the village, softening the edges of frost and filling the air with muted warmth. You pause briefly in the field, letting your breath form clouds that dissolve into the pale sunlight. Around you, the village hums quietly: a woman tending chickens, a man repairing a cart, children scampering between cottages carrying bundles of straw. Oddly, the ordinary rhythm of these movements feels like a carefully orchestrated symphony, each person a note contributing to survival. Scholars still debate whether medieval daily life fostered communal mindfulness or merely enforced routine, but the effect is undeniable. You take a moment to rest, leaning against a fence post, the sun weakly kissing your face. The day's labor weighs pleasantly on your muscles, a subtle ache that marks effort well spent. Oddly, fatigue brings clarity rather than discomfort. You feel your body's resilience, your capacity to endure repeated challenges. Scholars still argue whether medieval peasants valued rest or saw it as a necessary compromise, but today the pause feels earned, restorative, and grounding. Children pass by, carrying firewood or food to animals, their laughter breaking the monotony of labor. You smile, noting how quickly they adapt to the rhythm of survival, learning the intricacies of work, care, and observation. Oddly, their presence adds lightness to the day, proof that even in hardship, life nurtures joy. Scholars still debate whether childhood was truly experienced or subsumed by labor, but watching them, it is clear they find fleeting freedom amidst responsibility. Midday meals are prepared in cottages, sending faint aromas across the village. You see neighbors sharing small portions, offering a bit of bread or cheese, and exchanging murmured greetings. Oddly, generosity feels necessary, woven into the fabric of daily life. Survival is not only personal, but shared.
Scholars still argue whether communal support was born from necessity or goodwill, but in practice, the act strengthens bonds and sustains both body and spirit. Returning to the fields, you resume work with a quiet focus. The soil, now softened under the sun, yields more readily to spade and hoe. You notice patterns in the earth, small signs of fertility hidden under frost, and you adjust your efforts accordingly. Oddly, the world responds to attention and care, reinforcing a sense of agency amid hardship. Scholars still debate whether medieval peasants truly understood ecological patterns or relied on intuition, but awareness clearly guides action. By mid-afternoon, the sun tilts lower, shadows stretching across cottages and fields. Villagers begin finishing smaller tasks, mending fences, tending to animals one last time, or repairing tools. Oddly, the final hours of labor carry a quiet satisfaction, a sense of completion and preparation for the coming night. Scholars still argue whether work was valued for productivity or ritual, but here it feels like both, a blend of necessity and quiet mindfulness. You pause once more, surveying the village from a gentle rise. Smoke curls lazily from chimneys, livestock nestles in straw, and the muted chatter of late-day tasks fades into a soft ambient hum. Oddly, endurance is visible in every action, from the smallest gesture to the most strenuous labor. Scholars still debate whether medieval resilience was instinctive or cultivated, but observing these patterns, the distinction seems irrelevant. Survival thrives regardless. The day begins its slow descent toward evening, carrying with it anticipation of warmth, firelight, and the return to the familiar comforts of home. Oddly, even the harshest winter labor becomes a rhythm, almost meditative in its repetition, linking past, present, and future in a quiet cycle of endurance. Scholars still argue whether routine dulls life or strengthens the spirit, but here life feels full, meaningful, and tangible.
Evening drifts into the village with a soft hush, the sun dipping low behind frost-laced rooftops. Shadows stretch long across the fields, and the chill seeps steadily back into the air. You step inside your cottage, boots heavy with mud and hands still tingling from work. The fire, now low, flickers faintly, throwing soft, dancing light across the walls. Oddly, the diminishing light feels gentle rather than harsh, like a signal to slow down and honor the day's work. Scholars still debate whether medieval evenings were restful or merely transitional, but here it feels deliberate, a pause between labor and night. The first task is always the animals. Goats and sheep huddle for warmth, chickens settle into their coop with soft clucks, and oxen stamp impatiently at their straw bedding. You ensure water troughs remain unfrozen and hay is plentiful. Oddly, this repetition feels meditative. The act of caring connects you to the rhythms of life beyond human effort. Scholars still argue whether emotional attachment to livestock existed or if care was strictly pragmatic, but the tenderness in your actions suggests both coexist naturally. Back inside, you tend the fire, coaxing it back to a gentle glow. Its warmth spreads slowly, seeping into fingers and toes and chasing the chill from the room. Oddly, the fire feels almost alive, a silent companion to the quiet reflections that gather in its light. Scholars still debate whether firelight brought comfort or heightened awareness of vulnerability. But tonight, it is unquestionably comforting. Dinner is simple but nourishing. A thick porridge, bread, and perhaps a small portion of salted meat. You eat slowly, savoring warmth and taste alike. Oddly, the monotony of the meal amplifies its significance. Survival is often measured in small, repeated acts rather than grand gestures. Scholars still argue whether peasant diets were more functional or symbolic. But tonight, sustenance feels both a necessity
and a quiet celebration. After eating, you tidy tools, sweep the floor, and ensure all essentials are ready for the coming day. Oddly, preparation itself feels protective, a ritual that turns worry into action. Scholars still debate whether evening chores were pragmatic or held ritual significance, but the effect is grounding. Every small act a reinforcement of control against the unpredictable cold. By now, the village is settling into silence. Doors close gently, animals nestle for warmth, and distant smoke curls from chimneys. You sit by the hearth, blankets drawn close, letting your mind drift across memories and observations from the day. Oddly, the repetition of daily tasks becomes almost hypnotic, a rhythm that lulls the mind as it reinforces survival. Scholars still argue whether medieval repetition was experienced consciously or habitually, but here it fosters both awareness and calm. Outside, the wind hums softly through trees, carrying hints of snow and frozen earth. You notice the faint glimmer of stars emerging above cottages, their light subtle yet steady. Oddly, the vastness of night feels protective, not threatening, a gentle reminder that the world continues, patient and persistent. Scholars still debate whether medieval people revered or feared the night sky, but tonight it offers quiet reflection and peace. Finally, you draw your blanket tighter, feel the warmth of the fire, and allow your thoughts to drift. Each breath, each small ritual, each moment of observation reminds you survival is both physical and mental, woven from care, attention, and quiet endurance. Oddly, the night's darkness feels like a companion, a steady presence that teaches patience, vigilance, and the subtle art of inhabiting life fully, even in cold and hardship. The deep night wraps the village in its quiet embrace, each cottage settled into sleep, the wind murmuring softly through bare trees. You lie beneath layers of blankets, fire reduced to faint embers, the room a cocoon of warmth against the cold that presses outside. Oddly, this darkness feels alive, not threatening, a steady companion to your thoughts and reflections. Scholars still debate whether medieval knights were feared or revered, but here it is neither. It simply exists, patient and enveloping. Your mind drifts between wakefulness and sleep, replaying fragments of the day. The labor in frost-hardened fields, the care of livestock, the soft hum of conversation with neighbors. Each memory seems amplified in the stillness, details sharper, actions more deliberate. Oddly, recollection itself feels like survival. Remembering effort, precision, and care reinforces resilience. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers consciously reflected or simply moved through cycles of habit, but in this state, reflection and life are inseparable. From the bed, you imagine wandering the empty village streets. Lanterns flicker faintly, casting long, trembling shadows on cobblestones. The faint echo of an animal stirring, a distant cough, the rustle of straw. Each sound is both real and imagined, yet grounding. Oddly, these nocturnal movements feel like a gentle pulse of life, proof that the village breathes even while you rest. Scholars still debate whether such awareness sharpened vigilance or heightened anxiety, but tonight it soothes rather than disturbs. Thoughts drift to superstition, the whispered tales of wandering spirits or ill omens carried by icy gusts. Fear has softened into curiosity. These stories now guide reflection, instruct caution, and give shape to the unknown. Oddly, they transform the darkness from adversary to teacher, offering subtle lessons in patience and awareness. Scholars still argue whether superstition was primarily pragmatic or symbolic, but here it intertwines naturally with night and thought. You shift under blankets, feeling warmth slowly penetrate stiff fingers and toes. Breathing deepens, your heartbeat slows, and the rhythm of the night carries you toward sleep. Oddly, endurance itself becomes tangible in these moments. Not a struggle against cold, but an intimate understanding of how small, deliberate acts sustain life. Scholars still debate whether medieval people recognized resilience consciously or unconsciously, but lying here, it is unmistakable. Outside, the wind hums low, harmonizing with the faint crackle of embers. The village sleeps around you, yet the patterns of labor, care, and observation remain visible in memory. Every path shoveled, fence repaired, animal tended. Oddly, the repetition itself feels like protection, a quiet shield built from familiarity, patience, and attention. Scholars still argue whether routine dulls the spirit or strengthens it, but in this deep night, it fosters calm and assurance. Finally, eyes grow heavy. The fire dims to embers, shadows sway slowly, and the cold becomes distant beneath blankets and layered clothing. Oddly, the night's persistence feels like a lullaby, each sound a reminder of continuity, endurance, and quiet life. Scholars still debate whether darkness inspires reflection or merely enforces vigilance, but here it does both. And as sleep gathers around you, the lessons of night, care, patience, observation, and resilience linger softly, humming into dreams.
Pre-dawn creeps gently over the village, softening shadows and painting frost-crusted rooftops with pale silver light. You stir beneath blankets, stretching slowly, muscles reminding you of yesterday's labor. The fire is reduced to a faint glow, but its warmth still holds the chill at bay. Oddly, this early hour feels sacred, suspended between the calm of night and the energy of a new day. Scholars still debate whether medieval villagers revered the hours before sunrise or merely endured them, but lying here you sense both reverence and anticipation. Outside, the world hums with quiet life. A dog stirs in the distance, a faint cluck of chickens echoes from a coop, and a lone figure hauls water from the well. Oddly, each sound feels magnified in the stillness, like a subtle orchestra signaling the village's awakening. Scholars still argue whether early morning vigilance was instinctive or socially reinforced, but the rhythm of movement suggests a natural choreography of survival. You rise carefully, pulling your layers tight around your body, boots crunching softly against frost-hardened earth. The air is crisp, carrying scents of wood smoke, frozen soil, and the faint sweetness of morning dew. Oddly, the cold invigorates rather than discourages. It sharpens awareness and reminds you of your place in the cycle of life. Scholars still debate whether early morning labor invigorated or exhausted medieval villagers, but the clarity it brings feels undeniable. Animals are first, as always. Goats and sheep shift under the weight of frost. Chickens begin tentative pecking, and oxen nudge one another in sleepy impatience. You ensure water is unfrozen, hay plentiful, and shelter secure. Oddly, this care carries quiet meditation. The repetition and attention connect you to life beyond your own. Scholars still argue whether peasant attachment to livestock was emotional or practical, but tenderness is evident in every motion.
Walking to the fields, you notice frost glimmering along furrows, each crystal reflecting the emerging light. Tools are gathered, soil inspected, and mental plans made for the day's work. Oddly, the anticipation of routine, labor, care, observation, feels comforting. Scholars still debate whether planning was conscious strategy or habitual instinct, but its effects are tangible. Preparedness shields against chaos and cold alike. As more villagers stir, you observe the early morning choreography. Women carrying water, children feeding animals, men preparing tools. Oddly, the simultaneous motion of many small efforts feels almost ceremonial, a silent acknowledgement of endurance, connection, and continuity. Scholars still argue whether medieval labor forged social bonds or existed solely for survival, but both seem inseparable in practice. The sun, pale and tentative, rises further, glinting off frozen puddles and illuminating smoke curling from chimneys. You pause to inhale deeply, feeling the weight of cold, the warmth of layers, and the steady rhythm of life in the village. Oddly, this moment of stillness before full labor begins feels restorative, a silent meditation on persistence, community, and quiet triumph. Scholars still debate whether medieval pre-dawn hours inspired mindfulness or merely enforced observation, but in this light, awareness feels effortless and natural. Every breath, every glance, every step reminds you. Survival is stitched from repetition, attention, and small victories. Oddly, the frost and cold are not enemies, but teachers, guiding, shaping, and enforcing lessons in patience and endurance. Scholars still argue whether resilience was conscious or instinctual, but here it pulses clearly through every moment.
The day stretches toward evening once again, sunlight softening into pale gold that glints off frost-melted puddles and warms the village walls. You move deliberately, completing the last of the day's tasks, repairing fences, stoking fires, and tending to animals one final time. Oddly, the repetition of labor feels soothing now, a rhythm that links morning, noon, and night into a continuous, enduring flow. Scholars still debate whether medieval routine was oppressive or comforting, but in practice it sustains both body and spirit. Children scurry home carrying small bundles or the last scraps of firewood, their laughter lightening the crisp air. You exchange nods and brief greetings with neighbors, observing the subtle choreography of daily life. Oddly, the ordinary motions, the bending, lifting, sweeping, speaking, become poetry in motion, a quiet testament to human persistence. Scholars still argue whether communal labor shaped empathy or simply met necessity, but it is impossible to separate the two here. Inside, the hearth is rekindled, glowing amber, casting flickering shadows across the room. You draw blankets close, feeling warmth seep slowly into fingers and toes. Dinner is modest: bread, cheese, perhaps a small stew, but it satisfies deeply, a tangible reward for effort. Oddly, the simplicity feels luxurious after hours of toil. Survival itself tastes richer when earned through labor and care. Scholars still debate whether food was comfort, necessity, or ritual, but tonight it carries all three. You pause by the window, observing smoke curling from cottages, animals settling into straw, and the faint glimmer of stars above. Oddly, the village, now still, feels alive in its quietness, a web of interdependent lives connected through work, vigilance, and shared endurance.
Scholars still argue whether awareness of others' routines fostered community or merely reinforced hierarchy. But tonight, it fosters reassurance, a subtle harmony that hums beneath the surface. As the night deepens, you settle by the fire, blankets tucked securely, allowing the quiet to sink in. Thoughts drift through memories of frost-laden mornings, long afternoons of labor, and nights spent listening to wind and ember. Oddly, each recollection feels like a protective charm, a way of internalizing lessons of endurance, care, and patience. Scholars still debate whether reflection or repetition primarily taught resilience, but here both converge naturally. Finally, the embers fade to a soft glow. Shadows sway gently, and you allow your mind to loosen its grip on the day. Oddly, the cold outside seems less threatening, the dark less ominous, and endurance itself becomes companionable, humming through your veins like a quiet lullaby. Scholars still argue whether medieval survival was more mental than physical, but lying here, it is clear. It is inseparably both. And as you draw your blankets closer and let your thoughts drift toward sleep, you carry the rhythm of life with you, the cycles of labor, care, and quiet reflection, stitched seamlessly into days, weeks, and nights. Oddly, survival is never loud or grandiose. It is persistent, humble, and profoundly beautiful in its constancy.
The village now lies in gentle slumber. Outside, the wind hums softly through the trees, brushing snow-touched branches, while distant chimneys release lazy spirals of smoke that rise and vanish into the night. You lie beneath blankets, the fire reduced to tender embers, and feel warmth creep slowly into every finger, toe, and shoulder. Oddly, the world seems suspended in this quiet, a soft pause between breaths, a gentle embrace for those who endure and observe. Your thoughts drift lazily through the cycles of the day, the frost-glinting fields, the low hum of animals, the careful tending of fires and food. Each memory feels like a small thread in a larger tapestry, weaving persistence, care, and reflection into a continuous rhythm. Oddly, the repetition itself is comforting. Life's constancy, rather than its unpredictability, now seems like the truest form of safety. Scholars still argue whether medieval villagers perceived the quiet power of routine, but here it resonates effortlessly. Outside, stars twinkle faintly above the sleeping village, a soft backdrop to the hush of snow and wind. You notice each sound as a gentle companion, the soft creak of wood, the sigh of a distant animal, the hum of night air. Oddly, these small signals remind you that life continues, persistent and patient, even when hidden beneath darkness. And now, as your breathing slows and your eyelids grow heavy, the lessons of the village settle into your mind. Patience, vigilance, gratitude, and the quiet triumphs found in daily endurance. Oddly, survival is not a loud declaration, but a whisper, steady and unbroken, threading warmth through cold, light through darkness, and calm through the relentless passage of time. Sleep deeply, knowing that you are part of the same quiet rhythm that has carried countless generations before you. The night hums softly. All is well.